Hi, everyone, and good afternoon. Meteorologist Ashley O'Connor here on Severe Live, something we're trying out. We have another moderate risk today. If you were with us yesterday, we had a moderate risk for parts of Texas and many confirmed tornadoes there, lots of damage. Today, we're focused in on parts of Louisiana right now, specifically into Mississippi, and eventually later on this afternoon, edging into parts of western Alabama. So a quick overview of what we've got going on this afternoon. Red shaded counties under a tornado watch. And this tornado watch goes until 7 o'clock Central Time tonight. Tornadoes likely, as you can see, we do have tornado warnings currently right now. Hail up to ping pong ball size and wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. So the first tornado watch, including parts of Louisiana into Mississippi, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Hattiesburg, Jackson, up towards Greenville and Columbus. Then the second watch expanding into the rest of northeastern Mississippi, including Tupelo, over into parts of western Alabama, including Florence, Hamilton, Tuscaloosa, and Thomasville. So that's what we've got going on this afternoon as far as watches are concerned. We'll take a look here. We've got a line of showers and thunderstorms on radar, and that's going to be our focus for tornado warnings. And we do have a couple going on right now, so we'll just take a look at those. Our northernmost warning in effect until 1:45 Central Time for eastern Holmes and central Adela counties. Radar indicated rotation on this storm moving to the north and east at about 45 miles per hour. So Goodman, Durant, Bowling Green, Emory, areas that need to be in tornado shelter right now as this storm moves through. Then we have just tornado warnings up and down this line of showers and thunderstorms. Our next warning, this is a radar confirmed tornado, and this is for parts of Leake and Madison counties. And this goes until 1:45 p.m. Central Time. Way, Sharon, Cameron, Farmhaven, Camden, Thomastown, Singleton need to be in tornado shelter now as this continues to pull off to the north and east at about 55 miles per hour. A little bit further south, we have another tornado warning for parts of Leake, Rankin, Scott, and Madison counties until 2 o'clock. So places like Goshen Springs, Ludlow, Harperville need to be in tornado shelter right now. And then we'll pass over Jackson. No ongoing warnings for Jackson, but a bit farther south, we have a tornado warning in place for parts of southern Rankin, northern Simpson, and south central Hines until 1:45 p.m. So Hopewell, Florence, Star, Harrisville, Cato, Piney Woods, Johns need to be in tornado shelter as well. This entire line of storms is moving to the northeast at about 40-50 miles per hour. So that's just a quick overview of what we have going on at the moment. These storms do have a history of producing tornadoes. We have a report of a tornado in the Vicksburg area and damage reports around Vicksburg as well. Trees down, power lines down, and trees blocking highways, another tree down, and power lines down. So towards the Vicksburg area, reports of damage and a tornado. So need to be taking this line of storms seriously. So another active day today. Yesterday, we were following severe weather in Texas, and this video coming in from Jordan and Scott near Crockett, Texas. A tornado hitting a natural gas facility, exploding, and that explosion lighting up the tornado. And Jordan and Scott capturing this video near Crockett last night after we had signed off You can see that tornado there and the explosion just lighting it up. Really amazing video from Jordan and Scott last night, and this was near Crockett, Texas. Lots of reports of tornadoes in the Texas area. From yesterday, we were covering all of those. The Dallas-Fort Worth National Weather Service sending out to survey teams some of the reports of the most significant damage out of the Jacksboro area into the Bowie area. And survey teams are out and about in places like Paradise, Carrollton, the Northwest Fort Worth area, and a bit farther south in Bell County, Buckholz, Rosebud, Mart, and Groesbeck, looking at reports of damage and possible tornadoes there. So the National Weather Service very busy today in parts of Texas, checking out some of that damage that we were reporting on yesterday. So the moderate risk today has shifted to the east. Again, parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama under the threat for severe weather today. Tornadoes, large hail, and damaging wind gusts are the primary threats. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning now in place. This does include Jackson, so parts of Rankin, Scott, and Hinds County until 2 o'clock. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts out on the leading edge of this storm will be possible. We'll revisit here the tornado warnings that we have going on. The first we'll look at here, we do have a radar-confirmed tornado for parts of Leake and Madison counties until 1:45 p.m. And again, this is in Mississippi. So we'll look at our velocity product here, and we do see we have strong winds here on the leading edge of that storm. Not much in the way of hail. And this is our rotation product. So yes, we're seeing the potential here for a tornado embedded in this line of storms in parts of Leake and Madison County. We have tornado warnings to the north and south as well. The northernmost tornado warning for parts of Holmes and Uttala counties until 1:45 p.m. This is radar indicated rotation on this northernmost cell. So Salis, McAdams, west need to be in tornado shelter. And we'll just head down this line of showers and thunderstorms to our next tornado warning. And this, for reference here, just off to the north and east of the Jackson area. So this tornado warning goes until 2 o'clock for parts of Leake, Rankin, Scott, and Madison counties. This is radar indicated rotation. Again, some rotation here, some spin ups along the leading edge of this shower and thunderstorm line. Our southernmost tornado warning continues until 1:45 p.m., and that's for parts of Rankin, Simpson, Hinds, and Copia counties. Radar indicated rotation again. Star, Piney Woods, Braxton, Harrisville, Florence, Copia County, Rankin County, Simpson County, Hinds County, Florence, Star, Piney Woods, Braxton, Harrisville need to be in your tornado shelter right now. We have radar indicated rotation heading off to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So that's heading your way. And I'll pull up a map here and we'll get a few of these roadways here. Okay, so running through Braxton, Piney Woods into Star, we have 49. So that is where this rotation is headed. Pulling off to the east towards Star, Piney Woods, and Braxton. If you're along 49 here, from about Florence to Braxton, need to be heading to your tornado shelter. As radar indicated rotation is heading your way, this tornado warning continues until 1:45 Central Time. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts south of that tornado warning we were just talking about, and that is for parts of Copiah County until for the next couple of minutes here, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with that storm. So heading back up to the northern edge of this line of showers and thunderstorms, we see another severe thunderstorm warning here. This is in effect until 2:15 p.m. Again, strong winds and embedded tornadoes will be the main concern at this time with this line of showers and thunderstorms. So if you're in Carroll County, Grenada County, Florida County, Webster County, or Montgomery County in north central Mississippi, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning until 2:15 for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And this line of storms moving to the east-northeast at about 55 miles per hour. Just to the south of that, we have a tornado warning in effect until about 1:45 p.m. for parts of Holmes and Ottawa counties. This is moving to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. And just south of that, another tornado warning. This tornado has radar indicated rotation, moving to the north and east at about 55 miles per hour. So Camden, Thomastown, Wiggins, Redwater, Carthage need to be heading to your tornado shelter. And we'll just keep going down the line here. Another tornado warning in effect until 2 o'clock for parts of Leake, Rankin, Scott, and Madison counties. This particular part of our line moving to the east at about 40 miles per hour. Goshen Springs, Ludlow, Harperville, Tuscola need to be in tornado shelter as this storm is moving your way, moving again at about 40 miles per hour towards the east. And our final tornado warning here on kind of the southern end of this line of showers and thunderstorms is for parts of Rankin, Simpson, Hines, and Copiah counties. And that's moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So we'll zoom in here. And again, Florence, Star, Piney Woods, Braxton, Harrisville need to be heading to your tornado shelter as this tornado warning does continue until 1:45, radar indicated rotation. So we'll zoom out here, take a quick look at what's going on across the region. Again, we do have a moderate risk in place today for parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, and into far western Alabama, and that correlates with where our tornado watch is. So counties here highlighted in red are under a tornado watch, and we have actually two separate watches going right now. The first watch was for parts of Louisiana into kind of southern Mississippi here, including Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Gulfport, Jackson, Meridian, Columbus. That tornado watch is in effect until 7 o'clock Central Time. And then the second tornado watch, kind of just an extension of the first tornado watch, includes the rest of Mississippi, northeast Mississippi, and then clips the western part of Alabama. That tornado watch is in effect until 7 o'clock Central Time. And that includes places like Tupelo, Florence, Hamilton, Jasper, Tuscaloosa, Demopolis, and Thomasville. Those cities in Alabama, and Tupelo, Mississippi, Boonville, Corinth, and Oxford in Mississippi. So we have two ongoing tornado watches. And we'll continue to see this line of showers and storms pulling off to the east, northeast as we head into the next couple of hours. And tornadoes will continue to be a threat, as well as the potential for large hail up to ping pong ball sized and wind gusts potentially topping 70 miles per hour. So we also have on screen John streaming from the New Hebron, Mississippi area. So we have chasers setting up in Mississippi, getting ready here as we head into this afternoon for this line of storms to continue to intensify and move to the north and east. Getting a damage report in. From Durant, Mississippi. We'll get to that in just a second. So John's streaming on the screen right now. We've also got Jordan and Scott. They're setting up, and we'll be checking in with them as the afternoon progresses. So looking into a report of some damage in Durant. And we'll kind of zoom in here. There we go. And Durant currently is under a tornado warning until 1:45. Area of rotation has moved out of their area, but we do have a report of damage just to the south and east of Durant. Large trees blocking the road on 12. So definitely some strong winds happening with this particular part of the line, and potentially a tornado as Durant continues to be under a tornado warning. So this, again, report of some damage here on the southeastern side of Durant with a tree blocking the road on 12. And 12 heads to the south and east of town. So about this area here, we have a report of some damage. And breaking news here on Severe Live, 6.9 earthquake near Taiwan. We'll get some more information on that as well. But breaking news, 6.9 magnitude earthquake occurring just moments ago in Taiwan. And seeing from the NWS tsunami alert here on Twitter, not expecting a tsunami. In the U.S. Tsunami not expected in the U.S. But a 6.9 magnitude earthquake in Taiwan just minutes ago, breaking here on Severe Live. So getting back here to storm report coming in from the Durant area, just to the south and east of Durant. Report of trees down blocking 12, and 12 runs just south and east out of town here. So right in this general area, getting reports of damage. Durant and surrounding areas still under a tornado warning until 1:45 p.m. So obviously with trees down, damage being reported, strong winds, definitely, maybe even a tornado. So places like McAdams and Kosciuszko need to be taking shelter. And again, apologies for any name mispronunciations. Just McAdams, Kosciuszko need to be taking shelter. Again, this is moving right at you. We do have reports of damage in the Durant area. Again, you're under a tornado warning until 1:45. This particular line of storms moving to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. And we have a new tornado warning issued here on the northernmost edge of this line of showers and thunderstorms. We'll check in with that. Warning issued until 2:15 p.m. for parts of Carroll, Grenada, Webster, and Montgomery counties in north central Mississippi. This is radar indicated rotation, and this part of this line of storms moving to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. So places like Winona, Duck Hill, Elliott, Sweatman, Kilmichael, Vaden need to be taking tornado shelter right now. This is a newly issued tornado warning for parts of Carroll, Grenada, western Webster, and Montgomery counties in north central Mississippi. And again, this moving to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. So zooming out here, this is what we are working with this afternoon. Moderate risk ongoing for parts of Louisiana, Mississippi. We do have a line of showers and thunderstorms, multiple tornado warnings in effect right now, and getting just a few reports of damage coming in. The latest one, south and east of Durant, large trees down blocking the road on 12. And that tornado warning is ongoing until 1:45. So we do have tornado watches in effect, 2 separate watches impacting Louisiana, Mississippi into western Alabama. Watches in effect until this evening. Tornadoes possible, large hail and damaging wind gusts are also going to be of concern the rest of this afternoon. This line of showers and storms does have a history of producing damage, and one at least reported tornado in the Vicksburg area. We're seeing reports of power lines down, trees down, blocking roadways, that sort of thing. Not too many hail reports coming in at this time, but our more recent storm report coming in from southeast of Durant, and that is for a tree down blocking 12 on the southeastern side of town. And again, this area still under a tornado warning until 1:45. And this strong line of showers and storms continuing to pull off to the east at about 50 miles per hour, the east-northeast. And tornado warnings, as I said, in effect up and down this line of showers and storms. So we'll start on our southernmost warning here. This warning in effect until 1:45 for parts of southern Rankin and northern Simpson counties. Radar indicated rotation. This part of this line of storms is moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So Star, Piney Woods, Braxton need to be heading to your tornado shelter right now as this storm continues to move into your area. And checking out the stream on the screen, John is streaming from the Mendenhall area. So that is this storm that we're talking about right here. So that's looking live. John streaming live from this southernmost tornado warning here in Mississippi. If you're in Star, Piney Woods, Braxton, this tornado warned storm is moving into your area. Need to be heading to your tornado shelter right now. Heads up in Puckett and Johns. This is also moving to the east-northeast, headed your way. We'll go up to the north just a bit, and this is going to be our next tornado warning is to the north and east of Jackson. So here's Jackson, Mississippi, and we're going to focus on this tornado warning here. This is in place until 2 o'clock for parts of Leake, Rankin, Scott, and Madison counties. So if you're in Goshen Springs, if you're in Ludlow, Branch, Lena, Tuscola, Walnut Grove, Goshen Springs, Walnut Grove or Harperville, Tuscola, Lena, Branch, Ludlow, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter right now as this area of rotation is moving your way east at about 40 miles per hour. And moving up to the north here, another tornado warning in effect until 1:45 p.m. for western Leake County. If you're in Carthage, Redwater, Freeney, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This storm is moving into your area at about 40 miles per hour, and this storm does have a history producing a radar-confirmed tornado. Rotation still evident on radar, so Redwater, Carthage, and Freeney need to be heading to your tornado shelter. And this tornado warning has been extended. So we have a new watch coming soon, a new tornado watch coming soon. Now, this particular storm right here, this tornado watch has been extended, and we were just talking about this. We have reports of damage to the south and east of Durant, trees down, blocking 12. So this particular storm with this warning just extended does have a history of producing damage. Now, this new warning goes until 2:30 Central Time. Radar indicated rotation. So if you're in Ethel, if you're in McCool, French Camp, Weir, Ackerman, McMillan, Louisville, you need to head to your tornado shelter right now. This storm, as I mentioned, has a history of producing damage in the Durant area, and that's heading to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. So now is the time to seek shelter in Ethel, McCool, French Camp, Weir. This is heading your way. And again, reports of damage from this storm in the Durant area. And again, this is in northeastern, east central Mississippi. So damage southeast of Durant, Mississippi. New tornado warning extended to the north and east. This storm has a history of producing damage. If you're in French Camp, Ethel, McCool, Weir, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. And we're going to take a look here. We have a new watch, a new tornado watch coming in. For parts of Alabama and Mississippi. So this goes until 7 o'clock Central Time. So northeastern Mississippi. This includes Oxford, Tupelo, Boonville, Corinth. And then into western Alabama, Florence, Hamilton, Jasper, Tuscaloosa, Demopolis, Thomasville. Tornadoes threat is ongoing. A few tornadoes are likely. Ping pong ball sized hail possible as well, and wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour possible. So heads up in these areas, that is a watch. This line of showers and storms, if we just called out your town name, this is heading your way eventually as we head into the rest of the afternoon. So again, Tupelo, Mississippi area into western Alabama, including Tuscaloosa. This is all heading your way. Tornado threat will continue. Ping pong ball sized hail and winds up to 75 miles per hour possible as well. So we'll zoom back in here to this kind of storm of interest. And as I had mentioned, our most recent report of damage coming out of the Durant area to the south and east of Durant on 12, a report of some trees down. This tornado warning has just been extended off to the north and east, in effect until 2:30 p.m. At this time, radar indicated rotation in the way of confirmed reports of tornadoes, but this storm does have a history, as I said, of producing damage in the Durant area. So strong winds and possibly a tornado. Radar indicated rotation at this time. If you're in McCool, if you're in Ethel, if you're in French Camp, if you're in Weir, you need to be seeking tornado shelter right now. If you're in Fentress, Ackerman, you need to be seeking tornado shelter as well. So from Ethel into McCool and Weir, this is 12. If you live along 12 between about Ethel and Ackerman, you need to be seeking tornado shelter. Farther to the north, French Camp, Chester, you need to be seeking your tornado shelter as well. Lowest level of the structure you're in, underground if possible, away from any windows, and an interior room. Try to put as many walls between you and the outdoors as possible. So that is for the storm that left reported damage in the Durant, Mississippi area. So we're going to move down here to our southernmost tornado warning. So in the Florence, to the east of the Florence, Mississippi area, we have a tornado warning ongoing until 1:45 p.m. And this is for parts of Rankin and Simpson counties. And we're just now getting a report in from the Braxton, Mississippi area. Tornado on the ground. We're getting a report in from a chaser. It looks like tornado on the ground moving east on Simpson Highway 149. Simpson Highway 149. So we'll just zoom out just a bit here. So this is 49 and 149 in the Braxton area look to run parallel to each other. So this general area is where we have the report of a tornado on the ground. Just to the east of Braxton, Simpson Highway, tornado on the ground, moving east. So if you are in this area, need to be heading to shelter. We'll call out a few town names here. Piney Woods, Delow, you need to be in your tornado shelter. If you live along 13 between Delow and Puckett, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Johns, from Puckett up 18 into Johns, if you live in that area, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Again, report coming in just to the east of Braxton, Simpson Highway 149, of a tornado on the ground moving east. So we're getting reports of a confirmed tornado on the ground with this tornado warning, again, for parts of southeastern Rankin and northeastern Simpson counties in Mississippi. Braxton area, report of a tornado moving east. So if you're in Johns, if you're in Puckett, if you're in Delow, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. So between Puckett and Johns, that's 18. If you live along 18 in the Puckett area, need to be heading to your tornado shelter. Again, confirmed tornado just to the east of Braxton, tornado on the ground, moving eastward. So if you're in this tornado warning, this red box right here, this is for parts of Rankin and Simpson counties in Mississippi, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Delow, Puckett, Johns, needing to be in tornado shelter. And the tornado on the ground reported in the Braxton area on Simpson Highway 149. And 149 and 49 run parallel for a bit here in the Braxton area. So reported tornado on the ground just a few moments ago along 49 heading towards the east. So Delow, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Puckett and Johns, heads up, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter as well. And that report's coming in just a few moments ago. The stream up on the screen right now, that's John Humphreys, and he is chasing live the storm that we have been talking about here for the last couple of minutes. He is in the Mendenhall area, moving east. And again, he is on this tornado warned storm. He is, and we also have Jordan and Scott in the Meridian area as well, getting set up. So we have streamers out and about today, ready to be our eyes on the ground. Again, the stream currently on the screen, that's John, and he's in the Mendel Hall area, streaming live from this storm right now. And we do have a report that came in about 10 minutes ago of a confirmed tornado on the ground just to the south and east of Braxton. That would be along 49, moving towards the east. So in Delow, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Puckett and Johns, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter as well. Again, with that confirmed tornado on the ground in the Braxton area, moving towards the east. So if you live, this is Delow here, Puckett here, this is 13, connecting the two. If you live along 13, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. Between Puckett and Johns, this is 18. If you live in that area, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter, as well as this confirmed report of a tornado here in the Braxton area coming in within the last 10 or so minutes, tornado on the ground. And again, the stream on the screen is John Humphreys, and he is streaming live from this particular storm in south central Mississippi, just to the south and east of the Jackson area. And as we zoom out and take a look at what's going on, we see we do have quite an active day here in Mississippi with a line of showers and thunderstorms. Reports of a possible tornado and damage in the Vicksburg area in the last couple of hours. We also had a report of damage coming in from Durant, Mississippi, and that tornado warning here is still ongoing. Strong winds, potential hail, and tornadoes is the threat with this entire line of storms, and you can see it's warned all the way from the north to its southern tip. And we do have as well the yellow boxes. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings, and those are generally for winds of about 60 miles per hour and the threat of some quarter-sized hail as well. The tornado watch is for areas highlighted in red. So the tornado threat will continue here as we head into the rest of this afternoon. Hail as large as ping pong ball size and wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour are all possible with any storms that develop in Mississippi and into western Alabama here over the next couple of hours. So I see Jordan. Jordan is up. He is in Meridian, Mississippi. And we, of course, have John still streaming from that southernmost tornado warning here. And this is the southernmost tornado warning where we have John, the larger stream on top there, coming from. This is south of Brandon and south and east of Florence. So south of Brandon, Mississippi is where we are looking at this tornado warning. Jordan frozen right now. It's so hard to get data in this part of our country, but he's working hard. He's working hard there. It's a little frozen, but yeah, it's a hard part of the country to get good data. So just, bear with here. And John is back. We're still frozen on Jordan, but it's just a tough part of our country here for service. So again, John is streaming from this tornado warned storm to the south of Brandon. And I'll pull this down just a bit so we can get a kind of our bearings here. This is Brandon, Mississippi. So we're in south central Mississippi here. And we've got John streaming from this tornado warned storm. Just about 10-15 minutes ago, we got a report of a tornado on the ground to the south and east of Braxton. That would be along 49. Tornado on the ground moving to the east. So as we zoom out just a bit and take a look at areas that need to be in tornado shelter right now, that includes Delow and up. Delow, if you live in that area, in the Mendel Hall area, and up 13 towards Puckett, you need to be in your tornado shelter. And then up 18 towards Johns and into Robin Hood and eventually Brandon. But Puckett and Johns along 18, you need to be in your tornado shelter as well. Again, the most recent report with this storm coming in about 15 minutes ago of a tornado on the ground in the Braxton area, just off of 49. And again, our largest stream there on the screen, that's John, and he is streaming from this particular storm here, heading towards the east, looking to intercept that. So we will zoom out here quick and go over. We've been focusing kind of on the southern edge of this because we did have that report come in. We'll go back to the north into kind of north central Mississippi and take a look at some of the other warnings that we have going on. So another tornado warning in effect for parts of Webster, Montgomery counties until 2:15. This part of this line of storms moving to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation with this line of storms. Not seeing any reports as of right now. But if you live in parts of Webster and Montgomery counties, you need to be seeking tornado shelter. A little bit farther to the south, we had a report of damage come in from the Durant area. Right about here in Durant, reports of trees down on 12 blocking the roadway there. So this particular storm heading into French Camp, McCool, Weir, Ackerman, McMillan, you need to be in tornado shelter. This storm has a history of producing damage, so not to be taken lightly. Your tornado warning remains in effect until 2:30 p.m. So if you're in McCool, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Weir, Ackerman, and McMillan into the Louisville area, you need to be seeking shelter as well. This storm has a history of producing damage. It's continuing to move to the north and east about 50 miles per hour. And again, if we zoom out here, we can see Durant here. This is where this storm came from the south and west. So Durant, report of damage here. This is that same storm now entering French Camp, McCool, Weir, Ackerman, McMillan. So you need to be in your tornado shelter now. And our final tornado warning here, kind of on the southern end of this line of showers and thunderstorms. This tornado warning in effect for south central Leake and north central Scott counties until 2 o'clock. This is for radar indicated rotation. So if you're in Tuscola, Walnut Grove, you need to be seeking tornado shelter right now. Radar indicated rotation, you're under that tornado warning until 2 o'clock central time. And again, we're in Mississippi here. We've got Jackson, Mississippi, Florence, Mississippi. So this line of showers and thunderstorms just to the east of Jackson and Florence, Mississippi. We'll zoom out so we can get a bigger picture of what's going on. We do have that new tornado watch we just talked about a few minutes ago. So that does now include northeastern Mississippi into western Alabama. So Tupelo, this is eventually all heading your way. Aberdeen, Columbus. And if you're in western Alabama, eventually within the next few hours, this is heading your way too. So Butler, Tuscaloosa, Jasper, up into Florence. But right now we're watching the activity in parts of central Mississippi. Line of showers and thunderstorms, history of producing some damage and possibly even a tornado in the Vicksburg area. And reports of some hail as well. We do have a couple tornado warnings ongoing here. We have a few severe thunderstorm warnings as well that have just been issued, and those are for 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Now, this tornado warning extended, so we'll just check in on this real quick. We also have Freddie and John McKinney. They're in central Mississippi, and they're getting set up as we speak. We have John Humphreys. He is streaming from what had been a tornado-warned storm south and east of the Jackson area. That's the big stream on top. And Jordan as well. He is in the Meridian area, all in Mississippi here. And then we've got Freddie and John McKinney setting up in central Mississippi. So continuing to bring you live streams here heading into this afternoon. We'll check in quick on this tornado warning has been extended to the north and east here. This is for parts of Chickasaw, Yalobusha. Again, apologize for mispronunciation. Calhoun County, Pontotoc County, and Monroe County. I'm waiting for Corey's great with the Yalobusha County, Pontotoc County. Thank you, Corey, for those helpful pronunciations. Now, this tornado warning goes until 2:30 p.m. Central Time. And this is radar indicated rotation. This storm is moving very quickly to the north and east at about 65 miles per hour. So we'll zoom in. I'll pull up a map here on my end, call out some cities. If you're in this area, heading to your tornado shelter, lowest level of the structure that you're in, away from any windows, if you can get underground, that's preferred. If you're in a mobile home and you're in Calhoun City, Pittsboro, Bruce, time to head to your designated shelter. So again, this storm here moving to the north and east at about 65 miles per hour. So it's moving along at quite a good clip. If you're in Calhoun City, Derma, Hollis, Verdeman, along 8, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. Pittsboro, this is to the north of Calhoun City here. This is going to be along 9. Calhoun City, Pittsboro, up towards Bruce, you need to be heading into your tornado shelter. Calhoun City, Derma, Hollis, Vardaman, Pyland, along 8 here, you need to be heading into your tornado safety area. Again, lowest level of the structure you're in, interior room, away from any windows. If you can get underground, that's what's best. If you're living in a mobile home, time to head to your designated tornado safety shelter. So again, along Highway 8, Vardaman, Hollis, Derma, Calhoun City, heading to tornado shelter. And then along 9, Pittsboro, up towards the Bruce area, you need to be heading to your shelter as well. Shepherd, that includes you. Ellard, you need to be heading to safety area as well. Youngs, Big Creek, heading to your designated severe weather shelter. Again, this is for Chickasaw, Yalobusha, Calhoun, Pontotoc, and Monroe counties until 2:30. This is radar indicated rotation. This tornado warning just extended to the north and east. Heads up in Tupelo, this is all headed your way. You're currently under a tornado watch. Another tornado warning just to the south of what we were just discussing. And again, this particular storm does have a history of producing damage, so we've been watching this one pretty closely. This tornado warning in effect until 2:30 p.m. And if you're in Ackerman, Weir, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Mathiston, Sturgis, McMillan, Louisville, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter as well. You're under this tornado warning until 2:30. Radar indicated rotation, but this particular storm has a history of producing damage in the Durant area. And we are getting in more reports of damage as we kind of go back in time where this line has already raced through. Lots of reports of damage in the Vicksburg area, and we're getting more reports of power lines down. And a confirmed tornado near Eagle Bend Lakeshore Road in Vicksburg. And again, we're in Mississippi here, so we have a report of a confirmed tornado and damage with power lines down near Vicksburg, Mississippi. And that is where this line of storms has already gone through. And we can see these little markers of damage here. Couple hail reports as well. These storms are capable of producing large hail up to about ping pong ball size. Right now, we're seeing the threat for maybe quarter-sized hail in a couple of these storms on the southern end where we have our severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts seem to be the main threat for, again, the southernmost part of this line. Embedded tornadoes, though, possible. Right now, our main focus for that tornado threat is where we have our warnings here, and that's across parts of north central, northeastern Mississippi. Again, if you're in the Tupelo area, heads up, this is coming your way. We do have a tornado warning in effect for parts of Chickasaw County, Yalobusha, Pontotoc, Calhoun, and Monroe until 2:30, and that is this warning right here. So if you're in Calhoun City, you already need to be in your tornado shelter. Pittsboro and Bruce, this is along 9. If you live along 9 between about Bruce and Calhoun City, you need to be in your tornado shelter. We'll zoom in just a bit here, and we'll take a look at 8 running out of Calhoun City. So Derma, Hollis, Vardaman, Highland, all the way over to Houston. You need to be heading to your safe place right now. Lowest level of the structure you're in, away from any windows. If you can get underground, that's great. If you're in a mobile home, now is the time to head to your designated tornado shelter. If you're in Houston, Highland, Vardaman, Hollis, Derma, Thorne, Lloyd, calling out towns here to the north of 8. This is 8 that runs between about Calhoun City and in Houston here, where we're zoomed in here. So to the north of 8, Thorne, Lloyd, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Reed, New Holka, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Moving to the north here between Bruce and New Holka, that is 32. If you live along 32, just to the north in Buckhorn, you need to be in your tornado shelter as well. This storm moving off to the north and east rather quickly at about 65 miles per hour. So now is the time to act. If you live in any of those cities we called out along 9, along 8, along 32, so Bruce, Pittsboro, Calhoun City, you need to be sheltered. Vardaman, Houston, New Holka, Thorne, Buckhorn, Reed, Lloyd, Vardaman, Highland, Houston, Sonora, you need to be in your tornado shelter as well. Radar indicated rotation. And we do see here we have rotation showing up on radar. We go to our normalized rotation product, and yes, there it is, confirming what we can see here with this couplet. We have red and green together, so inbound and outbound winds in relation to the radar, wind coming at the radar and going away from the radar in that area. So rotation seen on radar, moving off to the north and east, and again, pretty quickly at about 65 miles per hour. So Calhoun City, Pittsboro, Bruce, Slate Spring, you should be in your tornado shelter as well. We'll go over a couple more names here. Moving northeast out of Calhoun City is 8. If you live along 8 in Derma, Hollis, Vardaman, Highland towards Houston, this corridor right here, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Woodland, you need to head to safety right now as well. If you live north of 8 here into Thorne and Lloyd, you need to be in your tornado shelter. 2, Reed, head to your tornado shelter. Between Bruce and New Holka, this is This is 32. If you live along 32, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter as well. Again, rotation evident on radar with this storm here, moving pretty quickly off to the north and east at about 65 miles per hour. And that tornado warning in effect until 2:30. Parts of Chickasaw, Yalobusha, Calhoun, Pontotoc, and Monroe counties. Hello to everyone on YouTube, up to about 250 viewers, and we appreciate all of you sharing our stream so people can get this info and watch all of our live streams. I'm meteorologist Ashley O'Connor. We've got John Humphreys, top stream near Bay Springs, Mississippi, streaming today. We've got Jordan Hall below him, the lower stream there in the corner. He is in the Meridian area. And we also have Freddie and John setting up in central Mississippi. And that is where the focus is right now. If you're just joining us, we'll kind of do a little overview of what we've got going on today. If you were with us yesterday, thanks so much for coming back. Yesterday, we were focused on Texas. We had a moderate risk in Texas. Lots of reported tornadoes, lots of reports of damage. So the NWS in Fort Worth, Dallas, out today doing damage surveys. A couple of the harder hit areas at this time, at least, appear to be Jacksboro into the Bowie area. And we were focused on that for quite some time yesterday. Lots of reports, and we even had a picture in from that area of what looked like pretty significant damage. So again, NWS in the Fort Worth, Dallas area out doing storm surveys today. Now, our moderate risk today shifted into parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. We have tornado watches in place until 7 o'clock Central Time. And yes, so this is a picture of damage we were sent yesterday, and this looks fairly significant. You can see the windows blown out of the vehicles. You can see the roof peeled off. You can see insulation and boards. Marcus Reynolds sending this in. Credit to Marcus Reynolds. And this was in the Elgin area. As you can see, just total destruction there. And this was in the Elgin area of Texas. These pictures coming in yesterday, thanks to Marcus Reynolds. And the National Weather Service is in the Elgin area today, surveying that damage, likely tornado, and we'll see what they come back with on that damage survey. So for today, the risk area has moved off to the east. Red shaded counties, tornado watch until about 7 o'clock Central Time. We had the initial watch in effect for parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. And Mississippi, right now, this line of storms, that's where all of the action is currently. This line of storms will continue to produce damaging wind gusts, hail, and tornadoes. So the watch has been extended into parts of northeastern Mississippi, including Tupelo, and Tupelo heads up in Tupelo, Mississippi. This line is moving right towards you. If you're watching from western Alabama, you're now under a watch as well. Florence, this does include Tuscaloosa, Linden, and into parts of southwestern Alabama as well. So that's kind of what we have going on at the moment. This line of showers and storms producing damage in the Vicksburg area. And we'll look at that real quick. We have damage reports coming in from Vicksburg, as well as reports of a tornado. The southern end of this line of storms, severe thunderstorm warned, generally looking at the threat for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And we do have on this the southern line of storms here, just to the south of Decatur, Mississippi, heading into the Meridian area of Mississippi. We have, I believe, okay, and we just went tornado warned. I believe Freddie is streaming live, and we'll work on getting that up. But let's dig into this newest warning here. And again, we are in central southeastern Mississippi, just outside of the Meridian area. And we are getting reports of a tornado, a funnel cloud to the south and east of the Newton area. Okay, and we have Freddie en route to this storm. So watching for that on the screen, we've got multiple chasers in place here across Mississippi. So again, report coming in of a funnel cloud possible tornado in contact with the ground southeast of Newton, Mississippi. And again, we're in the Meridian area. So if you're in Meridian, Mississippi, this is all happening, unfolding just to your west. So heads up. This tornado warning here that was just issued for the Newton area until 3 o'clock for parts of Newton and Lauderdale counties. So places like Decatur, Stratton, Little Rock, Duffy, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Newton as well, you need to be in tornado shelter. We're getting a report of a funnel cloud southeast of Newton. And we have 3 streams up right now. We have Jordan. He's in the Meridian area. We've got John Humphreys in the Bay Springs area. And we have Freddie right in the Newton area. Again, where we're getting that report of a funnel cloud. So Freddie is going to be on the far right, the second stream down. He's right on this report of a funnel cloud here. So keep your eyes peeled on his stream. We'll dig in a little bit here to Jordan, also in Newton. And Jordan is right on it, as you can see. So 2 streams to watch from this tornado-warned storm. Jordan is on the upper left and Freddie on the lower right, both in this area of Newton where we have reports of a funnel cloud. And we can see that rotation here on the velocity product. We have green and red next to each other, inbound and outbound winds in relation to the radar site. And here is our normalized rotation product, confirming kind of what we see on the velocity scan. So again, Jordan, highlighted right now, he's streaming live from this area. So yeah, keeping an eye right on Jordan's stream. He's right on this rotation. So if you live in Newton, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. If you live in Decatur, you need to be sheltering. Pine Bluff, Lawrence, Lebanon, you need to be sheltering as well. So if you live on 15, coming out of Newton, headed to the north towards Decatur, if you live along 15, you need to be sheltering right now. Hickory, time to head for shelter as well. You're also in this tornado warning until 3 o'clock. Lebanon, you need to be sheltering as well. If you live along 80 between Newton and Hickory, and towards the west in Lawrence as well, you need to be sheltering in place. Jordan and Freddie streaming live. Their streams up on the screen. We could see a tornado at any moment on either of their streams. They are right in this area. They are right on this rotation. We'll go back to our velocity product. We see a couplet. We see the rotation here. We've got green and red right next to each other. That's indicating inbound and outbound winds. Clear rotation here on radar. And we'll switch to our rotation product. And there we have it again, just confirming what we can already see on the velocity product there, that rotation, very evident. So again, Freddie and Jordan live right now from this tornado warned storm in the Newton, Mississippi area. This impacting Newton County and northwestern Lauderdale County. East central Mississippi is where we are currently. Jordan Hall, top left most stream, and Freddie McKinney, the bottom right stream, right in the Newton, Mississippi area. If you are in Newton, you need to be sheltering right now. Rotation in your area. Lawrence, you need to be in your shelter. You're under a tornado warning. Pine Bluff, 15 north towards Decatur. If you live along 15 here between Newton and Decatur, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Lowest level of the structure you're in, get away from any windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can. So get in an interior room. If you can get underground, that's best. If you're in a mobile home, this is the time to head to your designated tornado shelter area. We'll zoom out here just a bit to see where we are here. Again, we are focusing on southeastern Mississippi. This is Meridian, Mississippi, and we are just to the west, the Newton area. We have 2 live streams going right now from this area, Jordan and Freddie, both on the screen. Rotation evident on radar. Keep an eye on those. We could see a funnel or a tornado at any time. We do have a new tornado warning. We're going to break away for just a second on the radar from the Newton storm, a new tornado warning for parts of Simpson and Smith counties until 3 o'clock. This is for radar indicated rotation. Raleigh, Burns, and Pineville. You need to be heading to your tornado shelter. This storm also has a history of producing 1-inch hail in the Puckett area. So hail also possible with this tornado warned storm. So checking in again, radar still showing rotation in the Newton area. Again, Jordan and Freddie both streaming from this tornado warned storm. So keep an eye on those streams. We could see funnel or a tornado really at any time as rotation appears to, as rotation is evident on radar. This storm moving to the north and east, moving east rather. North and east at about 50 miles per hour. So if you're in Newton, you should be in your tornado shelter right now. Hickory, you should be taking shelter as well. If you live along 15 between Newton and Decatur, you need to be seeking shelter right now. Lowest level of the structure you're in, away from any windows. Along 20, Hickory, again, need to be in tornado shelter. Lebanon, to the north of Hickory, you need to be seeking shelter as well. To the north of Decatur, Union, Willoughby, Little Rock, you need to be getting ready here as this storm is moving to the north and east, headed your way at about 50 miles per hour. Getting a report about 5 minutes ago, getting a report of a tornado south of Newton. And again, we looked at the rotation on radar there. We've got Jordan and Freddie streaming live from this storm right here. And about 5 minutes ago, a report coming in from just south of Newton of a tornado. So we have Jordan and Freddie. They're just to the northeast of the Newton area on I-20. So if you're familiar with Newton, we're streaming live from the I-20 area, just to the northeast of Newton. If you're in Decatur, this is your time to be heading to shelter. Lebanon, you need to be heading to your storm shelter as well. This tornado warning continues until 3 o'clock. The storm moving pretty quickly to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. Little Rock area as well. You should be heading to your shelter. Willoughby, Union, heads up. This is moving in your direction. Again, we just had about 5 minutes ago a reported tornado just to the south of Newton. And this storm continues to pull to the north and east. So we'll stay kind of locked in on this storm here for a bit. Again, reported tornado just to the south of Newton. We're streaming live from I-20. Freddie and Jordan, looking right at this tornado warned storm that within the last 5 or 10 minutes has a history of producing a tornado south of Newton. If you're live along 15 between Newton and Decatur, you need to be in your safety shelter. Pine Bluff, you should be in your tornado shelter. Lebanon, time to seek shelter for you as well. Heads up in Union, Willoughby, and Little Rock. Along 494, you need to be in your tornado shelter. So zooming out here, we'll just quick go over what we've got going on today. If you're just joining us, welcome. I'm meteorologist Ashley O'Connor here on Severe Live. We are tracking a moderate risk today for parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. We do have ongoing tornado watches. Tornado watch still in place for parts of Louisiana, Baton Rouge, New Orleans area. Most of Mississippi under a tornado watch until about 7 o'clock tonight, and that watch was recently extended within the last couple of hours to include the northeastern corner, Tupelo, now in that watch, and into western Alabama as well. So places like Tuscaloosa, Florence, Fayette, now in this tornado watch in Alabama. At the moment, nothing ongoing in Alabama, but all of this activity is racing towards the Mississippi-Alabama border. So that's why our watch was extended here about an hour and a half ago. We are continuing to see tornado warnings pop up, and this entire line, severe warned. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning here until 3:45 for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. So most of these yellow boxes, these are severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of these boxes are for potential of 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts and maybe quarter-sized hail. What we're focused on right now, though, is these couple tornado warnings popping up. And you can see we have this cell here in the Decatur area that is kind of bubbled up here ahead of this line of storms. And that's where we've got a tornado warning ongoing. And about 15 minutes ago, we did have a report of a tornado on the ground just south of the Newton area. Our streams up now, Freddie is streaming from the Newton area towards Hickory. He's on this particular tornado warned storm. Now, this tornado warning continues until 3 o'clock, and this is for parts of Newton and Lauderdale counties, moving to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. So moving pretty quickly. We'll look at a few town names here. So if you're in Decatur, you need to be in your tornado shelter. If you're in Lebanon, you need to be in your tornado shelter. If you live along 15 here, coming north out of Decatur towards Union, you need to be in your tornado shelter. So heads up in Union, now's the time to head to your safe place. Along 494 from Union towards Little Rock. So Little Rock and Willoughby, you need to be in your tornado shelter as well. Again, that's along 494 coming south and east of Union. And 494 heads from Little Rock over to the Collinsville area. So Little Rock, Willoughby, Union, Decatur, Lebanon need to be in your tornado shelter area right now as this tornado warning is ongoing. Again, about 15 minutes ago, we did have a report on this particular storm of a tornado just to the south of Newton. And we do have a stream up right now. Freddie, he is streaming live from this tornado warned storm. So kind of zoom out here and take a look at what we've got going on here, big picture wise. Line of showers and thunderstorms making its way through east central Mississippi, eventually heading into western Alabama. And that's where our watch was expanded to. All counties highlighted, excuse me, in red under a tornado watch. Tornadoes, threat ongoing, hail up to ping pong ball size, and wind gusts potentially of 75 miles per hour will be the threats as we continue into the rest of this afternoon. And again, the yellow boxes, the severe thunderstorm warnings along this line, generally for 60-mile-per-hour winds and up to maybe quarter-sized hail. This line of storms does have a history of producing damage. We'll kind of zoom back in here for perspective. Here's Jackson, Mississippi, and we'll head over to the west towards the Mississippi-Louisiana border. And in the Vicksburg area, we had a report of a tornado, trees down, power lines down. Couple hail reports coming in, not seeing too much as of yet in the way of hail, but we are getting some damage reports as well as reports of some tornadoes with this line of storms. And again, the severe thunderstorm warnings along this line, continuing now into the 3 o'clock hour, generally for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny or up to quarter-sized hail. And we're tracking multiple severe thunderstorm warnings up and down this line. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds is generally the threat that we're looking at here. And again, this is southeastern, eastern Mississippi. Tupelo, Mississippi, Meridian, Mississippi. This is heading towards your area. In fact, Meridian knocking on your door. We have several chasers on this particular storm in the Decatur area, just off to the north and west of Meridian, Mississippi. This storm has a history of producing a tornado near the Newton area. It's moving off to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. And as you can see, this particular little storm here bubbling out in front of this main line of showers and storms. So this storm clearing Decatur, but right behind it, severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So one of those days where if you're in Mississippi, you might get hit by a couple different line of showers and storms. So a good day to keep tuned to weather coverage. We'll zoom back in here on this ongoing tornado warning, and we do have John and Freddie streaming right now. John in the Stringer area and Freddie in the Hickory area. So right just south here of this tornado warned storm. If you're in the Little Rock area, you need to be heading or into your tornado shelter. If you're in Willoughby, Union, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Along 19 here, Battlefield Raceway, Bishop's Welding and Ironworks, Weir Powder Coating and Sandblasting. If you're along 19, just to the north and east of Willoughby and Little Rock, you need to be heading to tornado shelter as well. Battlefield Raceway, Weir Powder Coating and Sandblasting, Bishop's Welding and Ironworks along 19. And if you live along 19 to the north and west of Collinsville, you need to be getting into your tornado shelter. So 19 between about Tucker and Collinsville. This tornado warned storm here is heading in your direction. So we still have rotation very evident on radar. We've got chasers streaming live from this particular cell. Now clearing the Decatur area. So if you're in Little Rock, Willoughby, Union, you need to be sheltering in your tornado safe place right now. This is continuing to move to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. So to the north and east of Little Rock along 19, Battlefield Raceway, Bishop's Welding and Ironworks, Weir Powder Coating and Sandblasting, up towards the Tucker area. You need to be heading to your tornado shelter as well. So 19 between Tucker and Collinsville, you need to be heading to your shelter as this tornado warning continues for you until 3 o'clock. And again, this storm does have a history of producing a tornado in the Newton area. So moving now off to the north and east into Little Rock. So if you're just joining us, we are tracking severe weather, another moderate risk today, this time in parts of Mississippi. And we, yesterday, if you were with us, we were tracking severe weather in Texas. Lots of reported tornadoes. The National Weather Service out in Fort Worth, Dallas, doing damage surveys today. And we got a crazy video in. Now, this video from last night, after we had signed off, that is a tornado hitting a, I believe, natural gas plant. Just waiting for confirmation on that. A natural gas plant in the Crockett area. And the explosion, it's night out right now, that explosion from that natural gas plant lighting up that tornado. Just amazing video from Jordan Hall and Scott Peak, sending in this crazy video from Crockett, Texas. I mean, look at that. A natural gas plant explosion lighting up a huge tornado in the Crockett area in Texas. And again, this was last night. Jordan Hall and Scott Peak taking that amazing video. And there we go again. You can see that explosion there lighting up that tornado. Just amazing video out of Crockett, Texas. And again, this was last night. Jordan Hall and Scott Peak sending that in. So today, damage surveys ongoing across parts of Texas. We had reports of major damage in the Elgin area, also parts of Jacksboro and Bowie as well. So we'll see what the Weather Service comes back with after those damage surveys are done. We had reports of really multiple tornadoes. Today, we're focusing on Mississippi, and we'll zoom out here. And we can see we have this line of showers and thunderstorms kind of moving into the eastern part of central Mississippi, approaching the Mississippi-Alabama border. And we're continuing to see severe thunderstorm warnings issued out ahead of this line of storms. The main threat, if you're under one of these severe thunderstorm warnings, will be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and up to maybe penny or quarter-sized hail. So this line marching off to the east, as you can see, we're just continuing to get new warnings popping up. And again, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So these warnings now extending to the Mississippi here to the left, Alabama to the right. So these warnings now extending to the border of Mississippi and Alabama. So if you're in western Alabama, this is your heads up. You're already under a tornado watch. This line is advancing your way. So we'll zoom in super quickly and see here we've got on the northernmost end, this severe thunderstorm warning includes now Tupelo, Mississippi. So we're in the northeastern corner of Mississippi. Here's Tupelo, now included in this severe thunderstorm warning. And again, this is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this line of storms moving pretty quick off to the north and east at about 55 miles per hour. So Tupelo, Shannon, Egypt, Strong, Aberdeen. Heads up, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible. And then just to the south, here's Columbus, Mississippi. You're also under a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds and a little bit of hail in this storm as well. Penny-sized hail is possible. And to the south of that, again, these warnings now extending to the Mississippi-Alabama border. Another severe thunderstorm warning, Macon, Brooksville, Paulette. You're under this warning until 4 o'clock for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And then we do have a couple of tornado warnings, rather, that we're continuing to track. This storm in the Little Rock area pulling off to the north and east, and that warning extended. We'll get some info on that. So this new tornado warning here goes until 3:15, and that's for parts of Kemper and Neshoba County in east central Mississippi. This storm currently in the Little Rock area, moving off to the north and east at about 45 miles per hour. So we'll pull up a few names here. So if you're in DeKalb, this is your heads up. It's going to be time to head to your tornado shelter pretty quickly here. If you're in Tucker, you should be in your tornado shelter. So we have 16 here coming west out of DeKalb. If you live along 16, if you're in the Moscow area, you should be heading to your tornado shelter. Again, Tucker, you should be in your tornado shelter as well. We'll zoom in just a bit here. So from running west again out of DeKalb, that's 16. So if you live along 16 in the DeKalb area, heading to your tornado shelter. If you're in Moscow, you should be sheltering right now as well. The best place to be in a tornado warning is in a shelter or a basement. Underground is best. If you can't get underground, get in an interior room, like a bathroom or a closet. Think rooms that don't have windows, rooms that have multiple walls between you and the outside. If you can, grab a helmet, like a bike helmet. If your kid is into kind of like motocross or something like that, put the helmets on the kids. If you have a helmet, grab one as well. Covering your head is a great idea. Grab some blankets and pillows if you have time and put them over yourself as well. So again, DeKalb area, you should be heading to your tornado shelter. If you live in a mobile home, now is also the time to head to your designated tornado shelter area. If you're in Moscow, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. If you're in Daleville, time for you to be sheltering as well. If you live along 16 coming west here out of DeKalb, time to head to your tornado shelter. And we do have two streams up right now. We have chasers across parts of southern Mississippi, south central Mississippi, John Humphreys in the Laurel, Mississippi area, and Freddie streaming from the Meridian area. And here we have Meridian, Mississippi. And we are watching those that tornado warned storm here just off to the north and west of Meridian. So that lower stream there, Freddie, is in this area. This storm here does have a history of producing tornadoes. We had a report in just to the south of Newton of a tornado on the ground. So if you're in under this tornado warning here for parts of Kemper and Neshoba County, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. This storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. And we are just getting sad news from Grayson County, Texas. Yesterday, we were tracking severe weather and tornadoes in Texas, and sad news coming in from Grayson County. A fatality confirmed. The victim was 73. Tornado confirmed by officials in Grayson County with an update provided this morning. The Grayson County Office of Emergency Management describing a 73-year-old resident of Sherwood Shores, which is along the Red River east of Interstate 35 in Grayson County there. Emergency managers saying her home was destroyed. So unfortunately, a fatality confirmed in yesterday's Texas tornadoes. victim age 73 in Grayson County. So we are tracking another very active day. So if we call out your city name, it's time to head to shelter. If you're under a tornado warning, if you hear the sirens, if your phone goes off, if you're watching the news and they mention your county, really, it's time to head to shelter. The best place to be is underground. If you can't get underground, get to an interior room, like a bathroom or a closet. Try to put as many walls as you can between you and the outdoors. If you've got helmets, bike helmets, dirt bike helmets, put those on, put them on your kids, grab some pillows, blankets, cover yourself in an interior room, lowest level of the structure that you're in. If you're in a mobile home and your town name is called out, the sirens are going off, or you see your county scrolling on the screen there, it's time to head to your designated tornado shelter. So right now we'll focus back in here on this particular storm. Again, a history of producing a tornado within the last, I would say, hour or so. This warning in effect for Kemper and western Kemper and southeastern Neshoba counties until 3:15. We have radar indicated rotation, but again, this needs to be taken seriously in the DeKalb area, as we do have this storm rather does have a history of producing tornadoes. So if you're in Daleville as well, needing to be heading to your designated shelter area, as this tornado warning continues. If you live along 39 coming north out of DeKalb, you should be heading to your tornado shelter as well. This is 397 coming to the north and west out of DeKalb towards Preston. So between DeKalb and Preston along 397, you should be sheltering. And getting a report in from WJTV Jackson, possible tornado damage on Withers Street in Edwards, Mississippi. The owner of that home saying everyone is safe, but roof siding and garage doors ripped off. So possible tornado damage out of Edwards, Mississippi. Good news, the owner saying everyone inside the house safe, but big damage, it sounds like, to the roof siding and garage doors. So the Edwards area here is Jackson, Mississippi for reference. Edwards area just to the west of Jackson, and that's where we're getting that report in of possible tornado damage in the Edwards area to a home on Withers Street. Owner of the house saying everyone inside is okay, but the roof siding and garage doors have sustained damage. Also, a report of damage in the Redwood area, trees down, possible tornado Redwood, and then of course that report coming in from the Edwards area of damage to a home on Withers Street. And we're just to the west of Jackson, Mississippi. So this is that same line that we're continuing to track here and have been tracking for a few hours. So that's another report of damage, possible tornado damage in both Redwood and Edwards. And this storm continues to plug along to the north and east. So again, if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, this line of storms has a history of producing possible tornadoes and reported damage. And we'll focus back in here on this ongoing tornado warning for parts of western Kemper County and southeastern Neshoba County, and we're in east central Mississippi. We're just to the north of Meridian, Mississippi here. So kind of focusing in on the DeKalb area, we're seeing reports of a Doppler on wheels to the south and west of DeKalb showing strong rotation. So we'll take a look here at our velocity product. And yes, we do see rotation on radar here. And that Doppler on wheels confirming that in the DeKalb area. So if you're in DeKalb and up towards Preston, this is your warning here. Time to head to shelter. Get to the lowest level of the structure you're in. Interior room away from windows if possible. Cover your head with a helmet, pillows, blankets, whatever you can find. This storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. Not seeing currently any reports of damage, but we did have that reported tornado here just to the south of Newton. So this is that same storm pulling off to the north and east, heading towards the DeKalb area. So if you live along 397 here between Preston and DeKalb, you need to be heading to tornado shelter right now. So if you're in Preston, in the area of 21 and 397, Neil Burnett Road, Callistor Road, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. 397 looks like also called DeKalb Road. You need to be heading to your shelter. So this here is 397 between DeKalb and Preston. This area of rotation heading your way. And this 16 here coming west out of DeKalb if you live along 16. So the 16 and 493 area, 16 and 495 area, 16 and 491 area. So places like Moscow, you should be heading to your tornado shelter as well. If you live in, and again, apologies for the pronunciation, Bogcheto area. So that's along 233 and 491. You need to be heading to your tornado shelter as well. So again, Bogcheto, 233 and 491 area, you should be heading to your tornado shelter. If you live along 16 west of DeKalb here, you should be sheltering right now. Rotation, tornado warned storm in your area. If you're along 397 heading out of DeKalb towards Preston, you should be sheltering for a tornado as well. Again, this storm has a history of producing tornadoes just within the last hour or so in the Newton area. And new severe thunderstorm warning issued for some of those same areas we've been talking about. And as I mentioned, this storm kind of firing here and this line out ahead of this main line of storms. So places like Newton and Decatur already seeing tornado warnings, strong storms rolling through within the last hour, but another line of storms coming into the same areas. So a good day to be paying close attention to the weather. If you're under a warning, please take it seriously. We have lots of reports of damage coming in from the Vicksburg and now Jackson areas, reports of damage to homes. Luckily, everyone okay, but roofs and siding being peeled off, garage doors being blown out. So serious line of storms here. And this line crossing from Louisiana into Mississippi hours ago, and that's what left the damage in Vicksburg and now in the Jackson area. We're seeing this line of storms heading now into the Meridian, DeKalb, Macon, Columbus, and Aberdeen areas. So heads up, our warnings are now extending to the Mississippi-Alabama state line. So we do have a tornado watch in place. Areas that are seeing activity right now are under a tornado watch in addition to severe thunderstorm warnings or the tornado warnings we've been discussing. Tornadoes will continue to be possible, hail up to ping pong ball sized, and gusts up to 75 miles per hour possible as well. Our attention as we head into the mid-afternoon will start to focus on the Mississippi-Alabama state line. We do have that tornado watch extending into parts of Alabama, and that does include Florida and Tuscaloosa. And as I mentioned, those warnings are now extending to the state line. Severe thunderstorm warnings, yellow shaded boxes, main threat with these severe thunderstorm warnings. So if you're in Columbus, West Point, Brooksville, Macon, looking at the potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and maybe some hail up to quarter size. Not seeing too many hail reports yet this afternoon, but we are seeing reports of trees down and damage to homes. So definitely taking this line of storms seriously. So again, Aberdeen, West Point, Columbus, Macon, under severe thunderstorm warning until about 4 o'clock for most locations for winds up to 60 miles per hour. And then on the southernmost parts of this storm towards the Meridian area, just to the north of Hattiesburg, we're also seeing severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, these are mainly for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We do have a couple tornado warnings embedded in here, and we've been discussing this particular storm for quite some time now, and we have a little update here. This is now a radar-confirmed tornado. We're looking at the velocity product, and we do see that we have strong rotation here. Click over to our normalized rotation product. Yep, confirming that we've got rotation. Also, we're seeing the potential for some quarter-sized hail. Here's our hail product. And yep, we've got hail. So radar confirmed tornado. We'll check here on correlation coefficient. Correlation coefficient. Yes, and we are seeing here, we do have a radar confirmed tornado, and we've been talking about this particular storm for quite some time. This is going to be in the DeKalb area. So if you're in DeKalb, you need to be sheltering right now. If you're in Bogue Chitto, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. So DeKalb up to Preston along 397. You need to be sheltering right now. This is a radar confirmed tornado. We're seeing the correlation coefficient showing debris being wafted into the atmosphere. So this is a radar confirmed tornado. DeKalb area towards Preston need to be in tornado shelter right now. We've got a confirmed tornado. If you live along 397 heading to the north and west out of DeKalb, if you live in Preston, you need to be sheltering right now. If you are in the DeKalb area towards Philadelphia, this is 16. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now as well. As you can see, we are showing on this is CC. We've got evidence of debris here on radar. So a likely tornado in contact with the ground. Serious situation. This is a tornado warning for parts for western Kemper County. And again, DeKalb, Mississippi area. If you live along 397, this is 397 heading to the north and west towards Preston, you need to be sheltering right now. If you live along 16 west here of DeKalb, you need to be sheltering right now. If you're in Tucker, you should be sheltering. Bogue Chitto, you should be sheltering. Again, if possible, head underground. If you can't, if underground isn't an option, interior room of the structure that you're in, no windows, try to put as many walls between you and the outdoors as you can. So think bathroom, with all of that plumbing, think closet. If the kid's scooter or dirt bike, grab a helmet, pop it on the kids, grab some pillows and blankets. If you've got a helmet for yourself, throw it on. Try to pad your head and your body with some blankets and pillows if you have time. Seeking shelter, most important thing. And again, if you can get underground, that's best. Otherwise, lowest level interior room. And we currently have John Humphreys streaming. He's the top stream here on the screen. He's in the Sandersville area, and tornado imminent, northeast of Laurel, Mississippi. Top stream there on the right-hand side. John's saying tornado imminent. Currently not seeing a warning on this storm. We'll kind of head down to the Laurel, Mississippi area. And this green camera here, this is where John is streaming from. And we are seeing definite signs of rotation here. So John streaming live right now. The top box there, he's northeast of Laurel, Mississippi. Right here. He's in the Sandersonville area, and we are seeing definite signs of rotation on radar here, moving to the north and east. Tornado possible at any moment there. This particular area, not currently. Oh yes, this is the normalized rotation product. So it is confirming what we're seeing on our velocity product here of rotation evident on radar. So again, Sandersville, Heidelberg, you need to be in tornado shelter right now. Same thing with Stafford Springs and Vosburg. Again, not currently warned here, but we have John Humphreys live on this cell, and we are seeing signs of rotation on radar. In the Sandersonville area. This is northeast of Laurel, Mississippi. So we're seeing this area of rotation kind of going to the north and east, really right between Interstate 59 and 11 here. 11 on the eastern, running through the eastern side towards Stafford Springs. And then this is Interstate 59 here, running to the west of Heidelberg. Again, John Humphreys streaming live. And we are seeing rotation here on radar. No warning currently. But if you're in Heidelberg, Stafford Springs, Vosburg, you need to be seeking shelter right now. This is the area of I-59 and 11. Northeast of Laurel, northeast of Sandersville. So checking back in to the DeKalb area. We have a tornado warning ongoing there. And this is for parts of western Kemper County, and that is in effect until 3:15. That's a look at what we've got there for velocity. We're seeing a bit of a donut hole here. And again, this is a radar confirmed tornado in the DeKalb area of Mississippi. So if you are in the area of DeKalb along 16 or along 397 running up towards Preston, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This is a radar confirmed tornado for parts of western Kemper County. So DeKalb area along 397 up towards Preston, and west out of DeKalb along 16. You should be sheltering in your tornado shelter. We have chasers across parts of Mississippi this afternoon. If you want to check out any of these streams full screen, you can just head on over to SevereStudios.com. John Humphreys streaming from an area of rotation near Laurel, Mississippi, and Jordan Hall in the Collinsville, Mississippi area. Again, if you want to see any of those streams full screen, head over to SevereStudios.com. And we do have multiple chasers out, as I had mentioned, So SevereStudios.com for full streams. Now, continuing to monitor this line of storms here, we have this ongoing tornado warning for western Kemper County, and this goes until 3:15. Radar confirmed tornado, also some quarter-sized hail possible with this. So just reviewing one more time, if you're in the DeKalb area, if you live along 397 heading to the north and west towards Preston, you need to be in your tornado shelter area right now. If you live along 39 heading north out of DeKalb, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter as well. If you live along 21, you should be heading to tornado shelter as well. So this kind of general area here between DeKalb, Preston, 21 and 39 and 397. You should be in your tornado shelter area as this tornado warning continues until 3:15. And again, this particular storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. So zooming back out quick, if you're just joining us, welcome. I'm meteorologist Ashley O'Connor. This is Severe Live, something new that we're trying out. And we were on yesterday talking about the moderate risk in Texas. And we had quite a few tornadoes yesterday. The National Weather Service in parts of Texas out doing damage surveys today. Unfortunately, just a while ago, getting a confirmation of a fatality in Texas. And that was in Grayson County, victim aged 73. The Grayson County Office of Emergency Management saying that her home was destroyed. She lived in Sherwood Shores, which is along the Red River, just east of Interstate 35 in Grayson County. This according to KXAN TV News. So unfortunately, fatality occurring yesterday in Texas, in a Texas tornado in Grayson County. Today, focus area is Mississippi, and now heading into mid-afternoon, western Alabama, and that's where we have our tornado watches in place, and these are in effect until this evening. So red shaded counties are under a tornado watch. The tornado threat will continue. Hail up to ping pong ball sized and wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour possible with any storms that develop this afternoon and evening. So this is that line of storms here that we're watching continue to move to the east northeast, and we have ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings. So this line capable of producing wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour and maybe hail up to a quarter-sized hail. And we do have this entire line is severe warned. Excuse me. And we do have a couple of tornado warnings as well that we'll get into in just a bit. Now, this line started farther towards the west, and we do have multiple reports now coming in from parts of, this is the Louisiana-Mississippi border here. We have a couple of hail reports, but more reports of damage due to possible tornadoes coming in from the Vicksburg area and just across the border into parts of Louisiana. Power lines down, trees down, and a little bit farther towards the east between about Vicksburg and Jackson, Mississippi, just receiving a report within the last hour or so of damage to a home in the Edwards area. Homeowners saying everyone is fine, but damage to the roof, siding, and garage doors being blown out. Also a report up in Redwood of trees down. Possible tornado there. So this is a very dangerous line of storms continuing to move towards the Mississippi-Alabama border. Many of the storms have a history of producing damage and at least reported tornadoes. So new tornado warning out until 4 o'clock, and this does include Macon, Mississippi. And this is for radar indicated rotation, storm pulling off to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. And this is an extension here of this tornado warning that we've been talking about for the last hour or so in the DeKalb area. And we did have a radar confirmed tornado just a few minutes ago to the north and west of DeKalb. So that tornado warning now extended to the north and east to include the Macon, Mississippi area. And as you can see, our warnings are being extended, pushed to the Mississippi-Alabama border. So if you've been watching us from Western Alabama, now is the time to get ready. You're under a watch already. This line is racing its way towards the border. And we've also got streamers, storm chasers in Mississippi sending great video in. Just a bit ago, we had some video from John Humphreys showing rotation. And we've also got Jordan streaming from the Collinsville area. And we've got some new stuff here coming in from the SPC. Moderate risk area today for parts of Mississippi, where we're focused in on, and that moderate risk edging into parts of west central Alabama. Okay, so new info here coming in quick from the SPC. The threat for wind damage and tornadoes is expected to continue, as we've been mentioning, into western Alabama here. So there already is that tornado watch, and this is the area of concern that the Storm Prediction Center is highlighting here. So we will continue to see likely strong winds with embedded tornadoes along this line of showers and storms. So again, heads up in western Alabama, if that's where you're watching from. This is all moving in your direction here over the next couple of hours. So we have Freddie, John and Freddie McKinney live stream up right now. They are in the DeKalb area. We've been talking about this DeKalb storm here for quite some time. So this green camera here, this is John and Freddie McKinney, and they're headed north to try to intercept near Scuba, Mississippi, which is right here. And that is right where this storm is headed. Again, that tornado warning extended off to the north and east. So that live stream you're seeing right now, John and Freddie McKinney heading towards the Scuba, Mississippi area. If you want to see any of these live streams full screen, head over to SevereStudios.com. So we'll take a look here at this this particular storm that the McKinneys are headed to intercept. This tornado warning goes until 4 o'clock, and this storm does have a history of tornadoes. The Macon area, heads up, you should be starting to get ready to head to shelter. This will be coming into your area within the next 15 to 20 minutes. Same with Paulette. You should be heading to your tornado shelter. Prairie Point and Deerbrook, getting ready here within the next half hour or so for that, for this particular storm heading in your direction. Golson, you need to be in tornado shelter right now. Lowest level of the structure that you're in. If you can get underground, that's preferred. If you can't, head to the lowest level interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outdoors as possible. So think bathroom, closet. If you have helmets at the ready, dirt bike helmets, if your kid's scooter, something like that, grab those. Protecting your head is great. If you can grab some blankets or some pillows, put those over yourself as well. So time to head to shelter, Golson. And again, apologies on the pronunciation, but I believe this is pronounced Sugarlock, I believe. Apologies on that. Paulette, Macon, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter as well. Okay, so Corey, not familiar with that town either. So shout out to us if I am mispronouncing this. I believe it's called Sugarlock. Okay. Great. Getting some confirmation on that. Golson, you need to be in your tornado shelter area. Macon and Paulette, heading to the lowest level of the structure you're in, underground if possible. Interior room, away from any windows. Pull some blankets and pillows off the bed, cover your body, and head to your shelter right now. Sugarlock, Macon, Paulette, Golson. Well, look, I'll pull up a few other names here, get some bearings with our roads. Meshulaville, that is going to be to the west of Macon along 14. You should also be in your tornado shelter. So between Macon and Sugarlock, this is 45 here if you live along 45. So that includes you down in Wallahawk towards Scuba. This is 45 here. So if you're in Sugarlock or Wallahawk, to the south of Sugarlock, you need to be in your tornado structure, tornado safe area as well. And this is heading towards the Macon area. If you're in Prairie Point, head to your tornado shelter as well. So 14 here runs out of Macon, and this runs right towards the Mississippi-Alabama border. So if you live in this area as well, to the east of Macon along 14, you should be in your tornado shelter area. 45 runs between Macon and Sugarlock. You need to be in your tornado shelter area as well. This tornado warning continues until 4 o'clock Central Time. The storm is moving to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. And I'll just see quick if you can see here. I'll move us down just a bit here. So we have current stream on the screen here. That is John and Freddie McKinney. They are just coming into the Scuba, Mississippi area, looking to intercept this tornado warned storm, moving into new video coming any second here. The McKinneys are in the Scuba area, heading to the north towards the Sugarlock area, intercepting this tornado warned storm. So we're keeping an eye on Freddie McKinney's stream right on the screen there. Again, if you want to see this full screen, just head on over to SevereStudios.com. Paulette, Macon areas, you should be in your tornado shelter. If you live along 45, this here is 45, this orange line, if you can see that, between Macon and Sugarlock. If you live along 45, you should be in your tornado shelter. If you live along 14, between Macon and the Alabama border, you should be in your tornado shelter as well. Heads up in Prairie Point, this is headed your way. Sugarlock, Macon, need to be in tornado shelter right now. Again, the stream on the screen is the McKinneys. They're in the Scuba, Mississippi area. They're headed right towards Sugarlock to intercept this tornado warned storm. So we have new video to share with you. This is out of Collinsville, Mississippi. This is from Jordan Hall and Scott Peak, a tornado crossing the road northwest of Collinsville.
Big debris. There it is, right there.
Video again incoming right now. New video from Jordan Hall and Scott Peak in the Collinsville area of Mississippi.
Yep, there it is. Yep, we're right.
And Collinsville is to the north and west of Meridian.
We have no east options, do we?
Seeing this video showing a tornado crossing the road in the debris. Jordan Hall and Scott Peak. Collinsville area again to the north and west of Meridian, Mississippi. That area, we saw numerous reports coming in of tornadoes a little bit farther to the west in Newton and Decatur. And this video coming in of a tornado in Collinsville, courtesy Jordan Hall and Scott Peak. And we can see that rotation on screen there.
That's wind.
This coming in just moments ago. And the storm that we're tracking right now, so here's Collinsville. And that is where that Jordan Hall Scott Peak video came in from just moments ago. That same tornado warned storm up here now, heading into the Macon area. And we have Freddie McKinney, John and Freddie McKinney, en route to intercept that. They're headed from Scuba towards Sugarlock. So again, that video we just saw from the Collinsville area, and we're still tracking that same tornado producing storm. If you're in Macon, you need to be in your tornado shelter. If you're in Sugarlock, you should already be in your tornado shelter. Paulette, Prairie Point, Brooksville, this is your heads up that you need to be heading to shelter as well. The best place to be in a tornado is underground. If that's not possible, get to the lowest level of the structure you're in an interior room. So think bathroom, closet. Stay away from any windows. No matter how tempted you are to look outside, get away from the windows. These storms also have very strong winds in them. So even if you're not under a tornado warning, winds up to 75 miles per hour possible with this line of storms. Again, Macon area, you should be heading into your tornado shelter. Brooksville, Prairie Point, and Bigby Valley. And if we zoom out just a second to get our bearings, this tornado warned storm is for Macon, Mississippi area, knocking on the door of western Alabama. All of our warnings are now starting to extend to the Alabama border. And we do have this red shaded area. There's already a tornado watch in place and has been for some time. So if you're watching from western Alabama, or you know someone in western Alabama, it's really go time here to start getting ready for a very strong line of showers and thunderstorms. Florence, Russellville, Hamilton, Jasper, Fayette. This does include the Tuscaloosa area, Livingston, Butler, Grove Hill, all places that will be impacted by this line of showers and storms. And again, our warnings are now extending right to the Mississippi-Alabama border. It's only a matter of time before we see that first warning sneak into Alabama. So if you're just joining us, welcome. I'm meteorologist Ashley O'Connor. This is Severe Live, and we are trying something new here. We're just looking at where we've got a moderate risk today. If you were with us yesterday, we had a moderate risk in Texas. Unfortunately, just getting some news within the last couple of hours that there was a fatality due to tornadoes in Texas yesterday in Grayson County. Today, the focus area is parts of Mississippi into Alabama, and we have been tracking this line of storms for the last couple of hours here. Multiple reports of tornadoes and reports of damage as well. So this is kind of the overview of what we've got going on. Red shaded counties are under a tornado watch. Here's this main line of storms. We have seen, as I mentioned, reports of damage from this line of storms, especially in the Vicksburg area towards Jackson. And right now we have Freddie McKinney's stream up, and he is streaming from this particular tornado warned storm in the Macon area. And we're watching here, waiting for a clearing, possible tornado on Wall cloud on Freddie McKinney's stream. Again, this is from the Sugarlock Macon area of Mississippi. And there we go. We can see much better now. So this is the area that we're kind of focusing in on here, Sugarlock. This is this green camera here is where the McKinneys are streaming from. This area is under a tornado warning until 4 o'clock. Rotation evident on radar. And as we can see from Freddie McKinney's stream, we are seeing a wall cloud as well. And this particular storm has a history of producing tornadoes. We do have reports from this storm of tornadoes within the last hour or so to the south and west. So stream up right now is John and Freddie McKinney in the Sugarlock area of Mississippi. We do have, as I mentioned, it was just a matter of time before our warnings extended into Alabama. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Pickens and Lamar County in west central Alabama until 4:30 for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. And that will continue to be a main threat with this line of storms, very strong winds and embedded tornadoes. Now, a little farther to the north here, we're now looking at, we'll check back in with Freddie in just a second, but we're moving to the north in the Aberdeen, south of Aberdeen, Mississippi area, north and west of Columbus, radar confirmed tornado. So we have a tornado warning in effect until 3:30 for parts of southeastern Monroe County. And again, radar confirmed tornado. We'll pull up the velocity and we see that we've got some rotation there. And then we'll take a look. Oh, yes, our correlation coefficient CC product here showing debris. And we'll zoom out just a second here and we'll put this in motion. And you can see that debris evident there, becoming just evident to the north and east here of West Point, heading towards Strong. And we can see there's evidence of debris there. We'll pop over to our velocity. Yes, and we can see that rotation embedded in that line of storms. So again, this is now a radar confirmed tornado for parts of southeastern Monroe County. This is moving to the north and east at about 60 miles per hour. So along with the threat for a tornado, this line of storms also producing winds to 60 miles per hour. So this is a pretty significant situation here. If you're in southeastern Monroe County, you need to be taking shelter right now. Okay, just to get a little idea here of what we're looking at. Okay, so we have coming out of Collinsville Springs. This is 45. This is the Columbus Air Force Base. Okay, Columbus Air Force Base needs to be in shelter right now. This radar confirmed tornado heading right into your area. If you live in the Collinsville Springs area and northward here on 45, you need to be in your tornado shelter as well. And again, the Columbus Air Force Base just outside of Collinsville Springs needing to be in your tornado shelter. New Hamilton and Hamilton, north on 45 here of Collinsville Springs, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Darricot, Binford should be in tornado shelter as well. Lackey, you should be in tornado shelter. So here we have, this is the general area of Lackey here. This is 45, and then we have 25 kind of running north here on the east side of Aberdeen. and 8 running to the north and east up towards Westville. So if you're in Aberdeen, if you're in Lackey, if you're in New Hamilton or Colilla Springs, Columbus Air Force Base, you need to be taking shelter right now. So the area of concern here between Aberdeen and Colilla Springs. So this main road here is going to be 45. Radar confirmed tornado and 60-mile-per-hour winds heading your way. Aberdeen, Lackey, Hamilton, New Hamilton, and Colilla Springs. Okay, and checking back in here, this is our southernmost tornado warning at the moment, and this is in the Macon, Mississippi area, and we have John and Freddie McKinney streaming just to the north of Sugarlock. Freddie, very near rotation. That's the stream you're seeing on your screen right there, driving through a little bit of rain north of Sugarlock, heading into the Macon area. And this is our other tornado warning. And again, we are in Mississippi. We are in the Macon, Mississippi area, right near the border of Alabama. And we've got Freddie heading into a tornado warned storm in the Macon, Mississippi area. And that's the stream that you're seeing on your screen. And this image coming in from Freddie just moments ago of a possible large tornado. You can kind of see there the darkening, if you will, possible large tornado crossing US 45. And we just got this in moments ago from Freddie. And Freddie McKinney is currently streaming from that tornado warned storm in the Sugarlock Macon area. And this storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. So possible tornado there, Freddie sending that in just moments ago. And we are still tracking Freddie here, headed towards the Macon area where we are seeing rotation on radar. And that is one of the tornado warnings we have going on right now in Mississippi. The second warning is off to the north in the Aberdeen area. And we'll check in with that real quick here, but also we'll keep an eye on Freddie's stream there on the screen. So area of concern from Aberdeen to Colilla Springs. And we do have, again, this new tornado warning in effect until 3:45 p.m. Radar confirmed tornado just moments ago. We were seeing debris showing up, or a debris signature on the CC product of our radar. So if you live in the Aberdeen area, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. If you live in Lackey, if you live in New Hamilton or Hamilton, so basically from Aberdeen down towards the Colilla Springs area along 45, you need to be taking shelter. And heads up now in Quincy, this is headed your way as well. We're continuing to see signs of rotation on radar, and this was a radar confirmed tornado just moments ago. So Aberdeen, Colilla Springs area along 45, and now points to the north and east up towards Quincy need to be in shelter. Lackey, New Hamilton, Hamilton, Athens, 8 kind of coming here. Westville along 8, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. Greenwood Springs, you should be in your tornado shelter area as well. So Athens, Aberdeen area, Lackey, Westville, Greenwood Springs, Quincy, Hatley, you should be in tornado shelter as well. So head to the lowest level of the structure you're in. Underground is best if possible. If not, interior room, something like a bathroom or a closet. Stay away from any windows. If you've got the kids at home and they have helmets from dirt biking or the ATV or whatever, helmets are always a great idea if you have time, protecting the head. And pillows, blankets, grab them off the bed, cover your body if possible in the interior room in the lowest level of the structure that you're in. We have seen reports of tornadoes and damage today, and unfortunately, yesterday, confirmed fatality out of Texas. So continuing to track rotation here on this tornado warned storm. Again, this is in the Aberdeen, Mississippi area. If you're in Quincy, this is your heads up, time to seek shelter. If you're in Becker, Athens, Westville, Greenwood Springs, Lackey, you should be seeking shelter as well. Greenwood Springs up towards Hatley along 278, you should be in your tornado shelter. If you live along 8 Westville area, if you live in Athens between 8 and 25, you should be in shelter. Becker along 25, you should be in your tornado shelter as well. If you're just checking in with us, good afternoon. Meteorologist Ashley O'Connor here on Severe Live. We're tracking a line of showers and storms moving through Mississippi and just now starting to enter into western Alabama. We have a tornado watch in effect, and we have had that tornado watch in place for a few hours now. That goes until 7 o'clock Central Time. So the threat for tornadoes continuing here as this line of storms eventually moves into Alabama. Tornadoes, the threat will continue. Hail up to ping pong ball sized, possible as well. And wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. Those are the threats we're looking at the moment. We do have reports of not only tornadoes, but damage as well coming from this particular line of storms earlier this afternoon and the late morning. This line began in Louisiana. As we take a look at the kind of larger picture here. So this line of storms from Louisiana moving into Mississippi, now moving into Alabama, but we do have reports from earlier today in the Vicksburg area and eastward towards Jackson, Mississippi, of tornadoes and damage. Trees down, blocking roadways, power lines down. We got a report from the Edwards area, which is just between Vicksburg and Jackson, Mississippi, of damage to a home. Everyone inside the home fine, but the roof, siding, and garage doors heavily impacted by a possible tornado. We are continuing to get in reports of tornadoes and damage, and a few hail reports here and there from this line of storms. The most recent report coming in from the Starkville area of an oak tree down on the MSU campus. And that report coming in within the last hour. So this is kind of what we're dealing with this afternoon here. We have a couple tornado warnings ongoing. Radar confirmed tornado in the Aberdeen area, moving off to the north and east. And then this tornado warning we've been following for quite some time in the Macon area. And that is where Freddie McKinney is streaming from, just south of Macon, north of Sugar Lock, Mississippi, on that tornado warned storm. And that's the stream you're seeing on your screen. This line, as I mentioned, just on the border of Mississippi and Alabama. So we have our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day for parts of western Alabama. This is for Pickens County and Lamar County until 4:30 p.m. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail possible. And this includes places like Vernon, Millport, Reform, Carrollton, and Aliceville. And that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 4:30 Central Time. This part of Alabama under a tornado watch and has been for quite a few hours. So if you live in the Tuscaloosa area, Moundville, Greensboro, Linden, Sweetwater, heads up. This line is coming your way. So we'll check in quick here with this tornado warning. And again, this was what we had radar confirmed just a few minutes ago. We watched the CC product picking up that debris. And this is now moving off to the north and east of the Aberdeen area toward Quincy. So if you're in Quincy, if you're in Hatley, you need to be seeking tornado shelter right now. And this little circle here, this is where our radar is. So we have a little bit of a hole here without any data. Totally normal to let everyone know what that is. But if you're in the Quincy area and up towards Hatley, you need to be seeking shelter right now. This particular storm is showing rotation on radar, and it was radar confirmed a tornado just a few minutes ago. So Greenwood Springs area along 278, the 278-8 kind of corridor intersection there, you need to be taking shelter. Hatley, you should be headed to your tornado shelter as well. Heads up in Riggins and Splunge. These are all towns here very close to the Mississippi-Alabama border. That's exactly where this tornado warned storm is headed, off to the north and east. So Hatley, Quincy, Greenwood Springs along 278 here. You need to be heading to your tornado shelter, and then heads up in places like Splunge, Riggins, and Smithville. This is all heading to the north and east at about 55 miles per hour. Again, moments ago, radar confirmed tornado, still under a tornado warning. Heading now into the Quincy and Hatley areas. And a bit farther to the south, now north of Macon, tornado warning does continue. Radar indicated rotation. Bigby Valley, you should be in tornado shelter now with this particular tornado warning. Again, this warning right on the border of Mississippi and Alabama. Deerbrook, Clifton, Bigby Valley, Togo, Trinity, New Hope should all be heading towards your tornado safe area. This storm will continue to pull off to the north and east towards Columbus, Mississippi. So zooming back out here for a bigger picture, this is really the area that we're focusing on here this afternoon. And again, just beginning to cross the border of Mississippi into western Alabama. So if you're watching from western Alabama, you've been under a watch for a while, and here comes this line of storms. So if you're in Hamilton, Fayette, Carrollton, Tuscaloosa, heads up. So again, if you were with us yesterday or following the weather yesterday, we had tornadoes in parts of Texas. And one area that we focused on a lot yesterday here on Severe Live was the Jacksboro area. And the NWS in Fort Worth, Dallas, out today conducting storm surveys. And we are just seeing within the last about 15 minutes here, coming in from NWS Fort Worth on Twitter. Their survey team confirmed a significant tornado did indeed impact Jacksboro. Maximum wind speeds of 140 to 150 miles per hour. So that's an EF3. The hardest hit areas were the high school and into a nearby subdivision. So again, significant tornado confirmed yesterday in Jacksboro, Texas. Winds of 140 to 150 miles per hour. That's an EF3. Hardest hit areas were the high school and a nearby subdivision. 2 tornadoes impacted Montague County. The first near Bowie, and of course we were on that yesterday as well with damage photos coming out of there. The tornado near Bowie, Texas, yesterday, an EF1 with max winds of about 95 miles per hour, and the second, an EF0 in the Nocona area, just east of Nocona, an EF0 with max wind speeds of 85 miles per hour. And again, these are tornadoes from the Texas area yesterday being confirmed by the survey team out of Dallas-Fort Worth, National Weather Service there. So again, significant tornado in the Jacksboro area, wind speeds of 140 to 150. That's an EF3. Near Bowie and Montague County, an EF1 with max winds of 95 miles per hour. And just east of Nocona, an EF0 with winds of 85 miles per hour. Also seeing a report of a brief tornado impacting northern parts of Carrollton in northern Dallas County around about 6:30 on Monday. And that Carrollton tornado rated an EF0 with 85 mile per hour winds. And again, that was Dallas County in the Carrollton area. So we're getting confirmation of what we reported yesterday out of Texas, those tornadoes. And we saw those damage pictures coming out of Jacksboro and what looked like quite significant damage. And today we are getting confirmation that an EF3 hit the area of Jacksboro, damaging the high school and a nearby subdivision. Winds of 140 to 150 miles per hour. In Montague County, we also covered that extensively for some time. An EF1 with winds of 95 miles per hour near Bowie, and just east of Nocona, an EF0 with winds of 85 miles per hour. A brief tornado impacting parts of northern Dallas County in the Carrollton area around 6:30 Monday evening. That rated an EF0 with winds of 85 miles an hour. So again, kind of recapping what we saw yesterday in Texas. And today the risk area focused on Mississippi, and now this line of storms that we've been tracking here for the last several hours making its way into western Alabama. And we do have this one severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Alabama, 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail possible for places like Vernon, Millport, Reform, Carrollton, and Aliceville. Continuing to watch a couple different areas of rotation here along this line of storms. The first, the northernmost area of rotation in the Quincy, Mississippi area. This tornado warning goes until 3:45, so about another 10 minutes or so. And this pulling off to the north and east at about 55 miles per hour. And then further to the south in the Brooksville area, we have our second tornado warning. And that is in effect until 4 o'clock Central Time. And both of these areas of rotation are heading into the Mississippi-Alabama border. So crossing over into Alabama here as we hit the top of the hour. So red highlighted counties under a tornado watch until 7 o'clock Central Time tonight. That does include western Alabama, places like Florence, Tuscaloosa, Thomasville. There is an ongoing threat for tornadoes. Hail to ping pong ball size will also be possible with some of these storms, as will wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. And we can see the main line of storms here still in Mississippi, but just about to cross the border into western Alabama. And we do have this severe thunderstorm warning in place for Pickens and Lamar counties until 4:30. This is for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail, and this moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So Vernon, Millport, Reform, Carrollton, all seeing the threat for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. We'll likely see an extension to the north as well. Again, 60 mile per hour winds and a possible tornado in this area of Mississippi. Quincy area, Hatley, moving towards Smithville. Possible rotation, radar confirmed tornado within the last 20 or 25 minutes. And this is moving off to the north and Porterville, you need to be in your tornado shelter as well. We have multiple areas of rotation. We also have multiple areas of rotation ongoing in the Meridian, Mississippi area. So audio dropped out for just a second there. Sorry about that. We'll just recap what we've been going over. Multiple areas of rotation here. The Meridian, north towards DeKalb, Mississippi area. This black line is the border between Mississippi and Alabama. And these are all new tornado warnings with multiple areas of rotation. So tornado warnings out for parts of southeastern Kemper, north central Clark, and eastern Lauderdale County until 4:45. If you're in the Meridian, Marion areas and points to the south and east, you need to be in your tornado shelter immediately. If you're in Lauderdale, Tamola, Porterville, Scuba, you need to be in your tornado shelters as well. We'll get a few other names here. So just to the south and east of Meridian, 0. You should be in your tornado shelter. Energy in your tornado shelter as well. This area of rotation moving to the north and east toward I-20. And that's where we have and that's where Jordan Hall is streaming from. If you'd like to see Jordan's live stream full screen, he is streaming from this area of rotation here in the Meridian Marion area. Head over to SevereStudios.com. If you're in Russell, north of I-20 here, just outside of Meridian, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. Temsuba, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. Farther north in Lauderdale, another area of rotation, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. Just getting this in on Severe Live here, a damage picture from Starkville, Mississippi, MSU, Mississippi State University. We see a tree, large tree, down there blocking a roadway. This is courtesy of the MSU police. So damage evident in Starkville, Mississippi at MSU. MSU police sending that pic of a large tree down on the Mississippi State University campus. So recapping here, we are looking at several areas of rotation in the Meridian, north towards Scuba, Mississippi area. This black line here is the state line between Mississippi and Alabama. If you're in Meridian, if you're in Marion, if you're in Russell, if you're in Temsuba, you need to be in your tornado shelter. This particular area of rotation heading to the north and east and looks to cross I-20 here. That's that darker kind of red line. And then farther to the north here, another area of rotation near Lauderdale. If you live in the Lauderdale area, if you're at the Naval Air Station Meridian, you need to be in your tornado shelter as well. If you're in Tamola, so this is from Lauderdale up towards Porterville, this is 45. If you live along 45, you need to be in your tornado shelter. If you're in the Scuba area, you need to get to shelter right now. This area of rotation headed right for you. And we currently have Freddie McKinney up on screen there, and he is right there in Scuba. And we'll zoom in quickly here. Scuba, Electric Mills, Porterville, Tamola, heads up. So this area of rotation heading into Scuba, and that's right where Freddie McKinney is. To see his stream full screen, head over to SevereStudios.com. We'll go south here just a minute. Again, we are in the Meridian area of Mississippi, right near the state line with Alabama. Another area of rotation here near Lauderdale. If you're in Tamola, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This area of rotation towards Meridian, if you're in Marion, Temsuba, you need to be in your tornado shelter as well. Heading back north towards Scuba and Electric Mills, where Freddie McKinney is streaming live. Scuba, Electric Mills, you need to be in your tornado safe location. Underground is best if you can't get underground. the lowest level of the structure that you're in, an interior room like a bathroom or a closet. Think putting as many walls between you and the outdoors as possible. Get away from any windows. If the kids have bike helmets, grab those if you have time. Pillows, blankets, anything to kind of cover your head, body. So scuba and electric mills. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Rotation evident on radar. We do have Freddie McKinney live in scuba. Tornado possible any moment here as we keep our eyes on Freddie's stream. If you'd like to see this full screen, head over to SevereStudios.com. And continuing to keep our eyes on Freddie McKinney's stream here, rotation strengthening on radar. Freddie McKinney is just to the south of scuba, in between scuba and electric mills, focused right in on that rotation that we're seeing here on radar. And we'll switch back to reflectivity here. You can see that it's raining. So it's raining in scuba and electric mills with that area of rotation moving into the area. Back to our velocity product here, and we can see that couplet and Freddie McKinney right on it. And that, again, is the stream we have live up on the screen here. If you'd like to see it full screen, head over to SevereStudios.com. So just another view here of the storm relative velocity, and we can see how strong that rotation is on radar. This is in the scuba area of Mississippi. Freddie McKinney streaming live right on that area of rotation. So if you're in scuba, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Couple different areas of rotation that we're keeping our eye on within the Meridian area of Mississippi. This is just to the south of scuba. Another area of rotation north of Lauderdale in the Tamola area. If you're in Tamola, you need to be in your tornado shelter. This moving off to the north and east, so Porterville to your tornado shelter as well. Another area of rotation in the Marion Chimsuba area that we're keeping our eye on. So a couple different possible tornadoes here from stretching from Meridian, Mississippi to Scuba, Mississippi. And this is just on the state line here of Mississippi and Alabama. Break away for just a second, just to show that we do have severe thunderstorm warnings continuing to extend into western Alabama, and all of these severe thunderstorm warnings are for wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. So we're also keeping our eye on that heading into northwestern Alabama. Those areas are under a tornado watch, but the main area of concern here is still in parts of Mississippi, eventually, though, crossing into Alabama. And that's down towards the Meridian DeKalb area here of Mississippi. And that's where we're seeing Freddie McKinney driving from the Scuba area down towards Lauderdale, Porterville area. So multiple areas of rotation here on radar. And these tornado warnings are in effect until 4:45. Radar indicated rotation, and we're seeing that here in a couple different spots. And popping up just a few of the streams that we have going today. Jordan in the Marion area. And that's one of our spots we're looking at for some rotation on radar. We have Freddie McKinney again in the area of Scuba. And then we have this third rotation showing up on radar here north of Lauderdale, south of Porterville. If you're in Tamola, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. And if you're in Porterville, heads up, you need to be heading to shelter now as well as this rotation moves your way. So this rotation here by Scuba looking to cross into Alabama here within the next couple of minutes. So if you live on the other side of the state line of Scuba, Mississippi, heads up for you. This rotation moving into Alabama here within the next few minutes. If you're just joining us here on Severe Live, welcome. I'm meteorologist Ashley O'Connor. We are watching a line of thunderstorms, strong storms moving now from Mississippi into western Alabama. And we have tornado watches in place, and they've been in place here for the last several hours. So the threat for tornadoes continuing into the late afternoon and early evening. Also, ping pong ball sized hail possible with a few of the storms as well, and wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. And we have throughout this afternoon received reports of wind damage and possible tornado damage as well. So this line, as I mentioned, crossing into northwestern Alabama, and there are severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing for parts of Alabama, generally for 60 mile per hour winds and the possibility of maybe penny-sized hail. For the southern parts of this line of storms, still in Mississippi, just getting ready to cross over into Alabama, a couple different tornado warnings. And that's where we have Jordan, Freddie, and Vince streaming from. Different areas of rotation around the Meridian and Scuba areas of Mississippi. So Jordan Hall, Freddie McKinney, and Vince Welty. Freddie McKinney in the Scuba area, Jordan Hall in Marion, and Vince in the Meridian area as well. So we'll look at a couple of these rotation. We have about 3 that we're keeping our eye on. The first down here, now this has moved to the north and east of Meridian. This is in the Temsuba area. So we're watching that. If you're in Temsuba, Lauderdale, Tamola, you need to be in tornado shelter, as there are multiple areas of rotation around you. South of Porterville, that's another area. You need to be in your tornado shelter. And then just to the north and east of Scuba. We do have rotation evident on radar, but hearing from Freddie, who is in the area, no tornado. Rotation evident on radar, but Freddie streaming from the Scuba area on that rotation, not seeing a tornado. But again, tornado warnings in place here heading into the 4 o'clock hour. We have one area of rotation north and east of Scuba going to cross into Alabama, another area of rotation near Porterville, and a third area of rotation south of Lauderdale in the Temsuba area. And we have our 3 chasing streams up. All of those streams that you're seeing from Jordan, Freddie, and Vince in those areas that were previously mentioned. So kind of getting all of these in focus here. Again, 1 north and east of Scuba, 2 near Porterville, and 3 in the Temsuba area. And this line continuing to pull off to the north and east, about 45 miles per hour. And this black line here, if you can see that, that's the state line between Mississippi and Alabama. So this line of storms is heading into Alabama here within just the next couple of minutes. And western Alabama is under a tornado watch. That is this red shaded area. Tornado threat will continue here into this afternoon and evening. Hail possible up to ping pong ball sized, although not seeing too many hail reports coming in this afternoon, and wind gusts up to 75 possible as well. And we just saw that picture courtesy of MSU campus police a few minutes ago, an oak tree down on the MSU campus, and that's in the Starkville area. Also getting reports of trees down on Highway 35 and County Road 3132. Possible tornado from an emergency manager in the Carmack area. And in Salis, emergency management reporting trees down just east of Durant. A possible tornado there as well. And earlier this morning into the early afternoon, lots of reports of damage coming out of the Vicksburg and Jackson, Mississippi areas. So this line of storms here definitely has a history of producing possible tornadoes and damage as well. And again, just now crossing from Mississippi into western Alabama, and these severe thunderstorm warnings here stretching from near Florence to just west of Tuscaloosa. Those are for 60-mile-per-hour winds and up to penny-sized hail. And then on the southern edge of this line, we do have our ongoing tornado warnings, and that's where each of our chasers up on screen are streaming from. And just in from the SPC, tornado watch extended to the east. This is for central Alabama until 11 o'clock Central Time. So again, that tornado threat will continue into this evening. Hail, we haven't really seen a ton of reports coming in today. So hail up to maybe quarter size possible, and then strong wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So this again is for central Alabama, including Birmingham, Cullman, Huntsville, Montgomery, and all the way south to Mobile and Pensacola. So new watch in, just extending to the east of the current watches that we have going on right now. So the tornado threat continuing into this afternoon and evening. Getting a report in now from the east of West Point, Mississippi in Clay County. The public reporting tornado damage, a tree down, power poles snapped, and metal poles bent at a business. No reports of injuries, but damage from a possible tornado. Again, that's near the West Point area of Mississippi, and West Point just to the north and west of Columbus. And of course, in Starkville at the MSU campus, we also had a report of damage there. So possible tornado to the west of Columbus, Mississippi. That report just coming in here within the last couple of minutes. So continuing to look at a couple different areas of rotation here on the southern end of this line of showers and thunderstorms. This is in the Meridian, Mississippi area. Areas of rotation looking to cross here into Alabama. If you're in the Scuba, Electric Mills, Porterville neighborhoods, need to be seeking tornado shelter. Lauderdale, Tamola, Temsuba need to be seeking tornado shelter as well. Rotation showing up on radar here just to the south and east of Paulette. So just a couple different areas that we're tracking there. The rest of this line of showers and storms, not tornado warned, but we do have severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing, and those are generally for 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail possible in a couple of those stronger storms as well. And the general movement of this line is to the north and east. And getting a report in from Cuba, Alabama. Sorry, 8 miles west of Cuba, Alabama. So in between about Cuba, Alabama and Temsuba, Mississippi. Getting a report of a weak rain-wrapped tornado on the ground. Okay, now a report here of a multi-vortex tornado possible crossing between Cuba and Temsuba with debris in the air. So possible tornado here in this area near Cuba, Alabama and Temsuba. This is right where Vince is streaming from. He is up on the screen, the lower right-hand stream. Vince, right on this area of rotation here around the Lauderdale, Temsuba, Mississippi area over towards Cuba and York, Alabama. Getting a report of a tornado and debris. So again, Vince, right, leaving Temsuba, headed right for Cuba, Alabama. He's right on this rotation. He is the stream on the right-hand side, the lower right-hand side of your screen. And there is an ongoing tornado warning for the Lauderdale, Temsuba areas. And that is southeastern Kemper and eastern Lauderdale counties. This possible tornado continuing to lift to the north and east at about 45 miles per hour. And quickly checking in a little bit farther south towards New Augusta. This is going to be to the south and east of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. We have another tornado warning that's just popped up here. This is in effect until 5 o'clock for northwestern Perry and southwestern Wayne counties in southeastern Mississippi. Radar indicated rotation. New Augusta, you should be in your storm shelter. And Rickton, you should be heading to your storm shelter as well. Again, radar indicated rotation here. New tornado warning in place. We'll head back up to where our latest report of a possible tornado. And this is, and we just have the warning here extended off to the north and east. Now our first tornado warning here in Alabama. This is for northwestern Sumter County and west central Alabama. Possible tornado located near Tamola, Mississippi, near Lauderdale. Moving to the north and east at about 45 miles per hour. So again, northwestern Sumter County and west central Alabama. And that's where this rotation is headed off to the north and east. And again, Vince on the right-hand side, lower right-hand side, streaming live from this potential tornado. A few minutes ago, we did get a report of a rain-wrapped tornado and debris in this area. So Vince keeping an eye on that for us. If you'd like to see his stream full screen, head over to SevereStudios.com. So if you're in the Tamola area, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. So just a quick little overview here. So here is the rotation possible tornado. We did have a report a few minutes ago of a rain-wrapped tornado and debris. Vince streaming from this possible tornado. If you're in Tamola, you should be in tornado shelter. This black line, if you can see that, that is the state line between Mississippi on the left, Alabama on the right. So in this general area here, this is moving off to the north and east at about 45 miles per hour. So in between York and Emil, sorry for mispronunciations, this is 17 here. So if you live along 17 north of York, you should be heading for your tornado shelter. This red line is Interstate 20. It looks like 20 and 59 might run together for a bit here, but Interstate 20 coming out to the north and east of York. So if you live along 17 north of York in Alabama, this rotation, possible tornado, we did get a report in from a few minutes ago of a rain-wrapped tornado. This is heading towards you. So again, along 17 north of York, Alabama. You should be in your tornado shelter. And we'll check in with Vince in just a minute again. He is streaming from just north of Cuba, Alabama. Virtually no data along the Mississippi-Alabama border, so a little hard to get streams out, but we'll check back in with him as he kind of gets closer into York there following this potential tornado. We did have a report come in about 10 minutes ago of a possible rain-wrapped tornado with evidence of debris in the sky. So keeping an eye on this rotation here and possible tornado. Again, we'll get Vince back up here as soon as we can. Just no data along the Mississippi-Alabama border. But if you live along 17 here north of York, Alabama, this is going to be crossing the state line here in a matter of moments and heading this direction off to the north and east at about 45 miles per hour. So you need to be in the lowest level of the structure that you're in, away from any windows, in an interior room, underground if possible, if you live along 17 to the north of York. And Livingston, Alabama area and points northward. Heads up, this is heading in your direction as well. So a little overview here of what we're looking at right now. Red shaded counties under a tornado watch, and we just had that watch extended farther to the east now, including the Birmingham and Cullman areas, stretching all the way south here for places like Greenville into Mobile and Pensacola, Florida as well, included in that as this line of storms continues to pull off to the east-northeast. This line does have a history of producing not only damage, but tornadoes as well. And we're just getting a report in from the Damascus area from emergency management reporting damage to a mobile home. And as you can see, these warnings are still continuing here. So need to be paying close attention as these storms move into your area. Reports of trees down in Durant, several large trees down, a home with a roof heavily damaged and partially removed in the Goodman area. Emergency management reporting trees down due to a possible tornado north and west of Salis. And in Carmack, emergency managers reporting trees down on 35 due to a possible tornado. Just lots of reports of tornadoes here, and we're starting to get more and more reports of damage filtering in. So the Jackson area, seeing this line of storms roll through a few hours ago. Same with places like Pickens, Goodman, and Durant, that those likely tornadoes or possible tornadoes rolling through a few hours ago. But this is that same line of storms responsible for those tornadoes and that damage. Continuing to pull off here to the north and east and eventually impacting Alabama. So revisiting here, this is the border between Mississippi and Alabama. Just a couple of minutes ago, spotters confirming a tornado near Tempola, Mississippi. So confirmed tornado moving to the north and east at about 45 miles per hour. This area of rotation and possible tornado moving now into Alabama. If you live on 17 between Bell and York, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Get to the lowest level of whatever structure you're in an interior room like a bathroom or a closet, away from any windows, as this possible tornado is moving into your area. Again, this right here, this orange line is 17. So between York and Emil, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. So we'll leave it here for just a minute. I'm going to hop off screen for a second, but just to recap quickly, watching this area of rotation moving from Mississippi into Alabama, we have Vince in the area, and we'll get his stream up as soon as we can here. Just no data there on the state line. So we'll continue to watch this here as we head into the next couple of hours, and I'm just going to step off screen for just a minute. Hi, everyone. Meteorologist Ashley O'Connor here on Severe Live. Thanks for joining us. We are coming back after just a brief break, and today we are looking at this line of severe thunderstorms that has been moving through Mississippi really all afternoon. We have reports of damage in several different cities and multiple reports of tornadoes. Red highlighted counties here are under a tornado watch. So ongoing tornado threat here this afternoon and into this evening. Storms also capable of producing maybe quarter-sized hail and wind gusts of about 70 miles per hour. So that's kind of what we're working with right now. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of far northwestern Alabama, and that's for 60 mile per hour winds and nickel-sized hail. Where we have been seeing the most activity as we zoom in here, and we can see all of these reports that have been coming in from the Vicksburg, Jackson area over the last couple of hours. Reported tornadoes, reported damage, trees down, power lines down, damage to roofs, siding, that sort of thing coming in here over the last several hours as people have been able to finally get out and kind of assess the damage in their areas. Right now, we're looking at a couple different tornado warnings, and this is for parts of southeastern Mississippi into far western Alabama. And we have 3 different tornado warnings going on. So we'll check these out kind of one by one here. Our first tornado warning, this is in effect until 5 o'clock Central Time. So for the next about 15 minutes or so. This is radar indicated rotation for northern Perry and southwestern Wayne counties. And this is in Mississippi. Remaining over mainly rural areas of Perry and Wayne counties, but still radar indicated rotation there, that tornado warning in effect for another 15 minutes or so. And that's our southernmost warning in Mississippi. A little farther to the north here, and this is an area, if you've been with us today, this is an area that has seen activity already over the last couple of hours. We had that reported tornado in the Newton area a while ago. Now here, we're looking at a new tornado warning, or another tornado warning this afternoon until 5:30 for parts of northern Jasper and southeastern Newton counties. And this is for a radar indicated rotation near Turnerville. And this entire line of storms is moving off to the north and east. This particular cell at about 25 miles per hour. So we'll check here on velocity. And yes, we see that we do have radar indicated rotation there. So if you're in parts of Jasper and Newton counties, time to head to shelter. This includes Garlandville and Rose Hill. This is heading your direction. So radar indicated rotation and report of a funnel cloud. And heading a little farther north and northeast. And this is our first tornado warning of the day. We were chatting about this just before I stepped off for a second. This is the first tornado warning of the day for Alabama. and that continues until 5:15. So another half hour or so. And we did have reports of a possible tornado on this storm when it was still in Mississippi and the Marion, Temsuba, Lauderdale, Tomola area, crossing over now into Alabama. And we have radar indicated rotation for parts of northwestern Sumter County. So if you're in Gainesville, you should be heading to your tornado shelter right now. We do have Vince right now. He is streaming from what we're showing here on radar near Gainesville. He is in Belize. That is just south of Gainesville, and he has a rotating wall cloud. So Vince stream up live right now on the screen. If you want to see that full screen, head over to SevereStudios.com. So Vince, right here, this green little camera icon here in Belize, Alabama, just south of Gainesville. If you're in Gainesville, you need to be in tornado shelter right now. We'll zoom in just a little bit here. So here's where Vince is again. Here's his camera icon. He has a rotating wall cloud, and he is in Belize, and that is just south of Gainesville, which is right here. So if you're watching from Gainesville, you know somebody in Gainesville, it's time to head to shelter. Get to the lowest level of whatever structure you're in. Underground is preferred if you can't do that. Away from windows, interior room. Grab some blankets and pillows if you have time to cover your head and body. If you've got the kids with you and they have, dirt bike helmets or something like that, grab those too if you've got time. So again, this rotating wall cloud here on Vince's live stream up on the screen in Balaji. Is that better? Okay, great. Corey giving me some pointers here on pronunciation tips. But if you're in the Gainesville area, right where we're circling, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. As you can see with Vince's stream up on the screen, we do have a wall cloud, and he's reporting rotation. And we do see evidence of rotation on radar. And again, we're in the Sumter County, Alabama area. We're talking about Gainesville. So if you are in Gainesville, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. We've got the Tombigbee River running just to the north of town, and then 39 coming out of town and heading off to the north and east. So if you're anywhere around that area, need to be heading into your tornado shelter. Crawford Fork, you need to be heading to shelter as well. West Green, heads up, this is heading in your direction. Gainesville now, you should be in tornado shelter. West Green, Clinton, Crawford Fork, you should all be heading to your tornado shelter as well. As this area of rotation continues to move off to the north and east, we'll back out just a bit here again. And the stream up on the screen is Freddie McKinney now, and he is in the Gainesville area. So he is just off to the southwest of Gainesville. And then we also have Vince here just to the south of Gainesville, both on this possible tornado, this area of rotation that we're seeing right here. If you want to see either of Freddie or Vince's live streams full screen, head over to SevereStudios.com. And just checking in quick on this severe thunderstorm warning. This is still for Mississippi. This black line here, though, this state line with Alabama, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail for parts of northeastern Clark County until 5 o'clock. So just a couple minutes left here on this particular severe thunderstorm warning. And in the northernmost part of where we do have this tornado watch, this includes Florence. We have yet another severe thunderstorm warning, and this is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail. So moving into the Sheffield, Florence area here within the next couple of minutes, and we'll take a look quick at our hail product. And yes, we see a little bit of hail towards Littleville, just coming out of the Russellville area, and this is moving off towards the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. So heads up in Florence, Alabama, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and up to nickel-sized hail with this severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Time. So that's kind of a roundup there of what we've got going with severe thunderstorm warnings. And then, of course, our tornado warnings on the more southern part of this line of storms here. And coming back to the Gainesville area, which again, we have Vince just south of Gainesville on an area of rotation, and Freddie to the south and west of Gainesville. If you want to see either of their streams full screen, just head over to SevereStudios.com. But if you're in Gainesville, you should be in your tornado shelter right now, as this tornado shelter as this tornado warning continues for Sumter County in Alabama until 5:15. Checking in with Freddie here in the Gainesville area, his live stream up on screen right there. Not sure. We may be seeing a funnel, can't tell. So hard with the rain. But Freddie, as I said, Freddie is just outside of the Gainesville, Alabama area, where we do have this tornado warning in place with radar indicated rotation, possibly seeing something there on Freddie's stream. And again, this warning in effect until 5:15. Area of concern is around Gainesville. You should be in your tornado shelter. Lowest level of whatever structure you're in, underground if possible. If not, interior room and away from any windows. Try to put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. So think something like a closet or a bathroom. Still checking in with Freddie there outside of Gainesville for this tornado warning. Rotation evident on radar. We'll check in quick on a few of these other tornado warnings. And this area kind of to the south and west of Meridian, seeing lots of activity today. We recently had a report, well, a few hours ago now, actually, a report coming in out of the Newton area of a possible tornado, and then a funnel cloud report there just recently as well. So this tornado warning in effect until 5:30 for northeastern Jasper and southeastern Newton counties. This storm moving to the north and east at about 35 miles per hour. So if you're in Garlandville, if you're in Rose Hill, you should be in your tornado shelter now. And again, continuing to move off to the north and east there. So heads up in Hickory. And then our southernmost warning, I believe this is set to expire in just a few minutes. Yes, 5 o'clock. But just to recap, northern Perry and southwestern Wayne counties. And again, this warning here expiring in just a couple minutes at 5 o'clock Central Time. And those two warnings, this is in southern southeastern Mississippi here. This black line representing the state line between Mississippi on the left, Alabama on the right. And then this tornado warning that we are streaming live from with Freddie right now, this is in Alabama, impacting Sumter County in the Gainesville area. And this warning is in effect until 5:15 Central Time. All of these warnings occurring in places where we already have a tornado watch in effect. That tornado watch in effect until this evening, and it was just recently expanded into parts of central Alabama, and that does include now Birmingham. Tornado threat will continue. Hail up to about a quarter size possible, and wind gusts of about 70 or 75 miles per hour. So expiring that tornado warning here in the Hickory area. So we'll head back to where Freddie is streaming live from in the Gainesville, Alabama, in northwestern Sumter County, continuing to watch some rotation there. And this is moving off to the north and east at about 45 miles per hour. And this is all happening, for a little bit of perspective here, this is Tuscaloosa, Alabama. So this is happening. Gainesville is to the south and west of Tuscaloosa. And this is all really moving in the direction of Tuscaloosa. But just so we kind of get a little bit better of an idea of where we are here. So zooming back in, we've got Freddie McKinney live on this tornado warned storm in the Gainesville, Alabama area. And this tornado warning continuing for northwestern Sumter County until 5:15 Central Time. So if you're just joining us, I'm meteorologist Ashley O'Connor here on Severe Live. We are tracking a line of showers and thunderstorms moving from Mississippi into Alabama. And we've been with this line of storms through the entire afternoon. We've got a moderate risk in place from the SPC and tornado watches in effect through this evening for Louisiana still into parts of Mississippi. And now seeing that line, as I said, move into western Alabama. Watch was just expanded into central Alabama now, including Birmingham, also down towards Mobile and Pensacola, Florida, also in this watch. So the tornado risk will continue here for the next couple of hours. These storms are also capable of and do have a history of producing damaging wind gusts and hail up to about quarter-sized. We have lots of reports from this line of storms really starting to filter in now, especially in the Vicksburg and Jackson, Mississippi areas. Lots of reports of possible tornadoes, damage to trees, power lines, homes, even a report of damage to a mobile home. Also seeing damage reports around the MSU area. The MSU campus police sending a picture of a large oak tree down, blocking a street there. So what we're looking at right now is here is the border of Mississippi and Alabama, the state line here. Mississippi is on your left-hand side and Alabama on the right-hand side. And for reference, here is, I'll pull it into view here. Here is Tuscaloosa, Alabama. So right now we're watching a tornado warning here. Currently, our only tornado warning for Sumter County in Alabama, just to the south and west of Tuscaloosa. So we'll look at that here. We've got that warning in effect until about 5:15. Radar indicated rotation, and Freddie McKinney streaming from the Gainesville area, frozen here. We'll get that up in just a second. But we had reports of rotation and a wall cloud in the Gainesville area. Vince as well, streaming from the Gainesville area while watching that area of rotation. So we are looking at this tornado warning, as I mentioned, in effect until 5:15 for northwestern Sumter County. And at the moment, looking pretty quiet. So the 2 other tornado warnings were allowed to expire at 5 o'clock, and those were for Mississippi. So right now, the only active tornado warning is in the Gainesville area, Sumter County, Alabama. And then, of course, we also have for northwestern Alabama that severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail. And that does include the Florence area. So this line of storms extending from northwestern Alabama all the way to really the Gulf Coast. So we will continue to keep an eye on this and bring you any storm reports. This was our storm report here of damage to a mobile home, and that was in the Damascus area. And that was this line of storms right here that is currently tornado warned, responsible for that damage report. And we have several other reports, as I mentioned, of possible wind or even tornado damage thanks to this line of storms that has moved through Mississippi, originating in Louisiana, moving through Mississippi earlier this afternoon and just now entering into Alabama. So if you were with us yesterday on Severe Live, we were focused on Texas, and we had multiple reports of tornadoes, and we even got in some video and photographs of what looked like quite significant damage in Texas yesterday. And unfortunately, sad news coming out of Texas, one confirmed fatality there. We also are getting in from the Weather Service in Fort Worth, Dallas, confirmation of tornadoes. And we talked yesterday extensively, really, about the Jacksboro area, if you were with us. An EF3 tornado confirmed there by the Weather Service, winds of 140 to 150 miles per hour. For the max wind speeds, hardest hit areas there in Jacksboro for the high school and a nearby subdivision. So EF3, and we did see some pictures of quite a bit of damage out of Jacksboro. Now in Montague County, where we spent quite a bit of time as well yesterday, in Bowie, Texas, an EF1 confirmed with max winds of 95 miles per hour. And just to the east of Nocona, an EF0 with max winds of 85 miles per hour. And moving over to northern Dallas County, Monday evening in Carrollton, an EF0 confirmed with max winds of about 85 miles per hour. So that is what we saw in Texas yesterday. Of course, the Weather Service still out with their storm damage survey teams. We expect to see quite a few more confirmed tornadoes, but that Jacksboro tornado, with that picture that we saw yesterday of the insulation kind of just thrown all over and trees snapped, confirming that as an EF3, the National Weather Service in Dallas-Fort Worth, max winds of 140 to 150. So again, that was yesterday in Jacksboro, Texas, confirmed tornado. And we can see here as we kind of have a little bit of a lull in activity as that tornado warning expiring here at 5:05. So no longer any tornado warnings, and that warning here in the Gainesville area of Alabama allowed to expire. So we'll just take a look here at the map, and you can see all of these red and orange markers showing where we have possible tornadoes and possible damage. So the line of storms now moving into Alabama looks a tad bit messy now, but earlier this afternoon we had tornado warnings really up and down that line of storms. Now we're starting to get lots of reports in of trees down, power lines down, people finally getting out, examining the damage to roofs, siding, one report of garage doors blown out. So definitely another situation tomorrow where the Weather Service will be sending storm damage survey teams out. And from Vicksburg, rather, over towards Jackson, Mississippi is where we're getting in a lot of those damage reports here over the last couple of hours. Not a lot of hail reports, and I think that was reflected in the latest tornado watch for central Alabama. We went from ping pong size hail possible in our Mississippi watch to quarter sized hail possible in our central Alabama watch. And I think that is reflective of the lack really of any reports of hail. Strong winds, possible tornadoes is what we have been seeing all day today. So trees down, Grenada. In the Carrollton area, trees down, power outages. Yazoo City, roof off a business, possible tornado. North of Canton, trees partially blocking Highway 16. Pea-sized hail and a funnel cloud reported near Bentonia. Emergency managers reported spotting a tornado moving across Highway 3 in Yazoo County. North of Jackson, reports of trees and limbs snapped along Sunnybrook Road. That report coming in off social media. Limbs down in the Jackson area. Emergency manager in Brownsville reporting just widespread damage. In Bolton, outbuildings and sheds moved off a slab near Bolton Edward Elementary School. So possible tornado damage there for a shed to be pulled off its slab. Several homes along Bradley Road were damaged in Edwards. And we did have that report from Edwards of a homeowner saying that his roof was peeled off, siding gone, and the garage doors kind of blown in. Everyone inside his home, though, fine, which is great news. Also damage to a mobile home in Edwards. So Edwards seeming to be hit pretty hard there. In Redwood, trees down, possible tornado there. And then again in the Vicksburg area, trees down, damage to homes and power lines down. So quite the line of storms moving through Mississippi here earlier this afternoon. Now, we do have a new tornado warning here. This warning stretches from parts of Mississippi into Alabama and goes until 5:45. This is for radar indicated rotation. If you're in Waynesboro, you should be in your tornado shelter right now. So lowest level of whatever structure you're in, interior room like a bathroom or a closet, and away from all windows. Again, Waynesboro, and this is in Mississippi. So this black line here is the state line. We've got Mississippi on the left, which is where we're focused now, and then Alabama is on the right. So again, Waynesboro area of Mississippi. This is our latest tornado warning for radar indicated rotation. If you're in Waynesboro, head to your storm shelter. Also, if you're in Winchester, just to the south and east of Waynesboro, head to your shelter as well. So we'll zoom in just a little bit here. And this orange line here, this road coming out of Waynesboro to the north and east, that is 84. So if you live along 84 heading towards the Alabama border, you'll want to head to your tornado shelter as well. If you're in Shibuya, in Matherville, these are towns here up 45 north of Waynesboro. You'll need to head to your shelter as well. In DeSoto, here, this is 45 here, heading north out of Waynesboro. So Shibuya and Matherville, you should be in your tornado shelter as well. Again, this is in Mississippi, southeastern Mississippi, and northeastern Wayne County. And we'll just zoom up here to the north and take a look at this tornado warning in effect for Choctaw County in Alabama. This goes until 5:45, and we're getting a report in tornado southwest of Cromwell, Alabama. So here's Cromwell. So to the south and west, we're getting a report of a tornado. And Cromwell is in this tornado warning here until 5:45. So we'll pull up a couple city names here. Just bear with for just a moment here. Okay, so 9 runs from Lisman to Cromwell, and we have Jordan in Lisman right now, Alabama, streaming from we have a report of a tornado in this area in southwestern Alabama. And Jordan, his stream is up right now. He's in the Lisman, Cromwell, Alabama area. So if you live along 9 from Lisman to Cromwell here, you need to be in your tornado shelter. And if you live on 9 north of Cromwell, you need to be in your tornado shelter as well. Heads up in Ward, this area of rotation, possible tornado heading your way in Ward. This storm moving to the north and east. Moving to the north at about 40 miles per hour. So again, Ward not in this warning yet, but heads up, this is headed your way. So again, if you live on 9 between Lisman and Cromwell, Alabama, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. There is a report about 5 minutes ago of a tornado in this area, and that is where Jordan Hall is streaming from live right now. That is the video that you're seeing on your screen. If you're just checking in with us, I'm meteorologist Ashley O'Connor on Severe Live. We've been tracking a line of storms moving through parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, and now into Alabama for the last couple of hours here. Lots and lots of storm reports, as you can see, mainly possible tornadoes and wind or tornado damage in parts of Mississippi, thanks to this line of storms that moved through earlier this afternoon. Now we are seeing the same line of storms producing tornado warnings and even a possible tornado just a few minutes ago southwest of Cromwell, Alabama. And then we'll leave the tornado warnings for just a second here and head to North Alabama, where we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. And this latest warning extended to the east, now including Decatur. And this is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Not seeing a ton of reports off this storm, but still just want everyone to be aware that on the northern edge of our tornado watch here, which is highlighted in red, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect. So Rogersville, Moulton, Decatur, Priceville, Hartselle, Athens, you're under this warning here until 6 o'clock tonight. 60-mile-per-hour winds and any-sized hail possible. And this storm just knocking on the doorstep of Huntsville. So that's what's happening there in North Alabama. And then we'll head back down to where we have our current tornado warnings here. And again, this line of storms just crossing from Mississippi here on the left into Alabama on the right. So look at this kind of centered. And you'll see up on your screen, Jordan Hall is streaming live from where we just had a report of a tornado in. He's in Lisman here, Lisman, Alabama, and we just had a report of a tornado in this area, kind of just south of Cromwell, north of Lisman. So if you're in Cromwell, you should be in your tornado shelter. Heads up in Ward. This rotation heading north at about 40 miles per hour. This tornado warning is in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Time. We're in Alabama here. So we do have this warning as well, stretching from Mississippi over the state line into Alabama. And this warning is in effect until 5:45 for northeastern Wayne County here. And again, this is in Mississippi. New severe thunderstorm watch here in far southeastern Mississippi. We'll check in on this. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 6 o'clock Central Time for western George, southeastern Perry, southern Greene, and eastern Stone County in southeastern Mississippi. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and the potential of quarter-sized hail. We'll check on our hail product here, and we do see that hail core there on the southern end of the severe thunderstorm warning. So heads up, Bendale, Leaf, Merrill, you're under this severe thunderstorm warning until 6 o'clock tonight. This storm capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Okay, and seeing also with this, we'll switch over here to our velocity product, just seeing tornado possible with this warning as well, seeing a little bit of rotation here on radar. So something to be aware of if you are in southeastern Mississippi and western George, southeastern Perry, southern Greene, or eastern Stone County. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but we are seeing a bit of rotation on radar, so tornado possible. The threats right now, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail, and possible tornado. So in Bendale, it's time to head to shelter as this is moving your way. Bear with for just 1 second here. I'll pull up kind of a few of the roads here around the Bendale area. All right, so we have running south here out of Bendale, 57, and running to the east out of Bendale, that is 26. So again, seeing some signs of rotation here on radar. So possible tornado. So if you're in Bendale, Mississippi, you need to head to your severe weather shelter right now. Also 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail possible with this storm. So if you're in and around Bendale, head for shelter. If you live just south of Bendale along 57, you should be heading to shelter as well. Crossroads, Buzzard Roost, you should be heading for your shelter as well. Again, possible tornado with this severe thunderstorm warning. Crossroads heading east out of Bendale along 26. And then just south of Crossroads down River Road, Buzzard Roost. If you live in those areas, you should be heading to your tornado shelter as well. Heads up in Merrill. Just off to the north and east of Bendale. That's the motion this storm is taking. And again, possible tornado. Right now, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So heading to shelter in Bendale, Crossroads, Buzzard Roost. This is, again, in southeastern Mississippi for parts of western George, southeastern Perry, southern Greene, and eastern Stone counties until 6 o'clock. So zooming out here, that's kind of where we're focused on. Here, this is to the south and east of Hattiesburg in Mississippi. So again, just under a severe thunderstorm watch, but possible tornado there as we are seeing rotation on radar. Moving back to the north here, ongoing tornado warnings. This tornado warning issued here for eastern Clark County in Mississippi until 6:15. Radar indicated rotation. If you're in Crandall or Snell, you need to be seeking your tornado shelter right now. Underground if possible. If not, lowest level of whatever structure you're in an interior room and away from any windows. So again, radar indicated rotation for this tornado warning here in eastern Clark County and east central Mississippi. And this is right on the state line of Mississippi and Alabama. So Crandall, north towards Snell, you need to be getting into your tornado shelter. So tornado warnings also extend into parts of Alabama, and we'll likely continue to see these warnings as we do have this new kind of area that we're keeping our eye on here in Clark County in Mississippi. Again, Crandall, north towards Snell, should be seeking your tornado shelter right now. You're under a tornado warning until 6:15 Central Time. And if you live just across the state line here in Alabama, you should also be in your tornado shelter as the storm continues to pull off to the north and east. Moving back here towards the south, we'll check in here on this storm in the Bendale area. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning for western George, southeastern Perry, southern Greene, and eastern Stone counties in southeastern Mississippi here until 6 o'clock Central Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. But we are seeing signs of broad rotation on radar. So tornado also possible with this storm. So if you're in Bendale, head to shelter right now. This is our velocity product here, and we do see that rotation on radar, but currently just a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll pull up our hail product, and there we have it. Again, up to quarter-sized hail possible with this severe thunderstorm. And back to our reflectivity here. So raining in Bendale, that possible rotation, possible tornado heading into your area. So if you're in Bendale, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. Also, Crossroads, if you live between Bendale and if you live between 57 and 63 in the Bendale area, so including Crossroads, you should be heading to your tornado shelter as well. Buzzard Roost, you should be in your tornado shelter. Merrill, heads up. Avent, heads up. You should be heading to your tornado shelter as well. So just now getting in from Jordan and Scott. This is a beautiful picture. Look at that lightning next to a large tornado. And this is the tornado we were talking about just a few minutes ago near the Cromwell, Alabama area. So we'll zoom you kind of up north and get a look at that. But first, take in this beautiful picture. I mean, wow. Cloud to ground lightning and that huge tornado there. And this is from Jordan and Scott. They're still there in the Lisbon area, Lisbon, Alabama. Cromwell is where this photo was taken from. Jordan and Scott continuing to stream live from a tornado-warned storm just across the state line, Cromwell, Alabama. And that's just a large tornado and that beautiful shot there with the lightning as well. Jordan and Scott capturing that in Cromwell. So this is where Cromwell, Alabama is. And we were just talking about that. There was a tornado warning in place about a half hour ago. We were calling out Ward, if you recall. So they are still in that area because guess what? We have another possible tornado heading north and east, impacting the same areas as we head into the next half hour or so. So Jordan and Scott kind of hanging tight there, waiting for this next possible tornadic storm to come back into their area. But just a beautiful shot of that lightning and tornado. So we will check in again on this tornado warning that we have in effect until 6:15. And reminder again of where we are. We're right on the state line of Mississippi and Alabama. So Mississippi here is on your left and Alabama is on your right. At this time, radar indicated rotation. If you're in Crandall, Mississippi, and to the north, if you're in Snell, Mississippi, you need to be in your tornado shelter. If you're just across the state line in Alabama, Land, Needham, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter as well because this rotation, this possible tornado is moving to the north-northeast at about 45 miles per hour. And for reference, here is Meridian, Mississippi. So we're dealing with an area just to the south and east of Meridian, Mississippi. Again, this possible tornado crossing the state line of Mississippi and Alabama. And moving just a bit farther to the south, this is southeastern Mississippi. There we go. Here is this severe thunderstorm warning. Just a reminder, this goes until 6 o'clock Central Time. This is for western George, southeastern Perry, southern Greene, and eastern Stone counties in southeastern Mississippi. And this is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Also seeing the potential of a tornado. We'll look at our velocity product there, and we see broad rotations. So that's why we're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but rotation is evident. So still Bendale be in tornado shelter. This is our hail product showing that potential of up to quarter-sized hail there just to the south of Bendale. So again, if you're in Bendale, Crossroads, Buzzard Roost, up towards Merrill and Avent, head to your safe location. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail until 6 o'clock Central Time. And then heading back into North Alabama, we'll check again here on this severe thunderstorm warning, and this is including Decatur here, just kind of knocking on the doorstep of Huntsville, Alabama. For perspective, this severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail passing through the Florence area, just south of Florence in Littleville. Reports of trees down. This is via emergency managers. Trees down and also power lines down in the Littleville area. Broadcast media also reporting trees down. And another report in Leeton from broadcast media of multiple trees down near Highway 20, Highway 157 split. So again, this severe thunderstorm moving into the Decatur, Athens, Hartselle area, capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. And this storm does have a history of producing damage off to the west in the Florence-Littleville area. And again, this the direction on this moving towards the east, so heading into eventually the Huntsville, Alabama area. So if you're just joining us, I'm meteorologist Ashley O'Connor here on Severe Live. We are continuing to track a line of storms moving now from Mississippi into western Alabama. And these storms have a history earlier this afternoon of producing tornadoes and damage. And we are looking at a picture sent in just a few minutes ago from our streamers Jordan and Scott. This was near the Cromwell, Alabama area. It's just a beautiful shot of a large tornado on the right. And of course, that beautiful lightning on the left. That's from Jordan and Scott, again, just a few minutes ago in the Cromwell, Alabama area. And we have seen multiple reports of tornadoes in Mississippi. And we continue to get reports of damage in as well as the afternoon continues and we head into the evening. Here's just a look at some of the reports of tornadoes and damage here for parts of Mississippi and into far northeastern Louisiana as well. And this is where this line of storms really was gaining strength. And it was tornado warnings just up and down this line of storms earlier this afternoon. Reports of trees down, power lines down. We even had one report of metal poles bent at a business in central Mississippi. So storm survey teams likely out and about from the National Weather Service tomorrow looking at that damage and confirming some tornadoes. Also, just a few reports of hail, not too many reports, up to 1 inch in diameter hail we've seen from this line of storms. And we're continuing to track this same line here as it crosses from Mississippi into Alabama. And we do have currently this tornado warning going here. And we'll kind of zoom in here. If you're in Crandall and Snell, in Needham and Land in Alabama, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter. You're under a tornado warning until 5:45 Central Time. Radar indicated rotation. And that's right now the only tornado warning we have going on right here in this area. And again, that will cross from Mississippi into Alabama here over the next half hour or so. And then in southeastern Mississippi, an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning for western George, southeastern Perry, southern Greene, and eastern Stone counties. And this is in effect until 6 o'clock Central Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail possible. So we'll check out our velocity product seeing maybe broad rotation there. Not too impressive. Here is our hail product, and we do have some hail running through the Bendale area. So heads up in Merrill and Leaf, needing to be heading to your severe weather safety shelter. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning for western George, southeastern Perry, southern Greene, eastern Stone counties in southeastern Mississippi until 6 o'clock Central Time. And then we'll head to the northernmost part of this severe line of storms here, and this is in North Alabama. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Lauderdale, Limestone County, east central Colbert County, western Morgan County, and Lawrence County. And this is in northwestern Alabama. For reference, here is Huntsville. So we're in North Alabama here. And this severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 6 o'clock Central Time for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail. And as we look towards the west here, where this storm already passed over, towards the Florence and Littleville areas, we do have reports coming in of wind damage. In Layton, multiple trees down near the Highway 20, Highway 157 split. In the Littleville area, trees down on Bradley Road. Bradley Road, also power lines down. And in Littleville, again, multiple reports of downed trees. So this severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail, and this storm does have a history of producing damage. And again, this is just to the west of Huntsville, Alabama. So the warning now extending to the Alabama-Tennessee border. And the storm is moving to the north and east at about 55 miles per hour. The storm also has a history of producing small hail. Not seeing those reports popping up here, but we do have some reports of small hail from this storm, as well as some broad circulation, kind of what we were seeing down in that southernmost storm. There is evidence of rotation, but not super impressive. But just to be aware here that we are in that kind of environment where tornadoes are possible. So the severe threat continuing here across all of our tornado watches and parts of far southeastern Louisiana into southern Mississippi and, of course, western Alabama. The threat for tornadoes continues, as well as possible hail and damaging wind gusts. And we'll kind of get back down to that area that the Storm Prediction Center is highlighting here in their meso discussion. So again, ongoing tornado threat here. We still have this tornado warning in place for this area of rotation crossing from Mississippi into Alabama. This black line, again, is the state line, Mississippi on the left. Here's Hattiesburg for reference, and Alabama is on the right. Tornado warning goes until 6:15 in Mississippi and 5:45 in Alabama. So we'll zoom in again here. Places like Crandall, you should already be in your tornado shelter. Heads up in Snell, you should be in tornado shelter as well. Land and Needham in Alabama, you should be in your tornado shelter too. And then one more time, checking in on this severe warned storm. This is in southeastern Mississippi. Now moving north of the Bendale area. So Merrill, Leaf, Lucydale under the threat for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Again, seeing broad circulation. So tornado possible in this environment. But right now, main concern here, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This is for western George, southeastern Perry, southern Greene, and eastern Stone counties. In southeastern Mississippi until 6 o'clock Central Time. So a tornado watch continues for these counties highlighted in red. Into this evening, the tornado watch for parts of Louisiana into much of Mississippi set to expire at 7 o'clock. The tornado threat ongoing here, of course, down in this general area of Mississippi, and now into far southeastern Louisiana, including New Orleans. Tornado watch for parts of central Alabama is in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. So we'll continue to see that threat for tornadoes into the late evening. I'm meteorologist Ashley O'Connor. Thank you so much for joining us here on Severe Live. We'll leave you with this line of storms here producing lots of damage and reported tornadoes across Mississippi just now entering into western Alabama. One tornado warning ongoing. We've got a severe thunderstorm just to the west of Huntsville and another severe thunderstorm in far southeastern Mississippi. Thanks so much for joining us tonight on Severe Live. I'm meteorologist Ashley O'Connor.